else. At least I'm looking in the right direction. How's that? All right. Do we have anyone with us? Remove. Why is it saying? Oh my God! You've got to be kidding me! You've got to be kidding me! You've just got to be kidding me! Wow. Why would it do that? Your browser has lost connection to your camera. You have the right camera selected and close any other applications that might be using it. You can click on the camera button to try again. There's no fucking camera button though. Where? Oh, there's my camera button. Oh my God, guys. It's not a good start. It's not a good start. I really hope Lee's not watching. Lee's not going to be impressed. Not that he, you know. I was going to say Lee's going to be disappointed, and I realized that Lee doesn't do disappointment. And then I was like, oh, he's not going to be impressed. Oh, no, that doesn't occur either. So not only have I not managed to use the new laptop, but I can't even use OBS virtual. So I've got a brand new laptop. Thank you, Buy Me a Coffee. They literally bought that. Right, so I accepted that I can't use a laptop and I can't use OBS, and that's no great big shock because it is a big learning. But I've at least, for the last few live streams, been using OBS as a virtual camera. Oh, I can't even do that. Can't even hook it up to my big camera. So now we're back on the Osmo. So a complete fail. There's going to be no stickers tonight. Very bad start. Hello, Cole. How you doing, my man? And Dean, thank you for joining us. So this is a bit of a test. It's a me, you know, I mean, I know it's not really going to work. But I thought, well, let's see if it works. 30% of my viewers are now in America. So this is 7 p.m. American time. But for my English audience and for the little, the little community that we have created, the small community that we have created so far, yeah, it's not a good time, is it? It's midnight now for you. For England, it's midnight. So it's a bit of a test for me. It was also just to see if there's any point streaming at this time, because this time works really well for me. But yeah, I don't think it's going to work well for the stream. And that's all I can think of. 4 p.m. in Cali. Oh, right, perfect. Oh, yeah, so America varies a lot, doesn't it? It's, you've got different time zones even within America. I forgot about that. I just work on it being 12 hours behind me because I think it's 6 hours behind the UK, but yeah, it's going to vary depending on where you are. Good info. So you're in Cali, are you, Dean? Wow. I mean, fuck me. Like, talk about the best place in the world, but it's just become hell. I've been to California a lot. As a kid, I went 3 times. My mum's best friend lives there. Just such an amazing place, San Francisco. So amazing. And then the Liberals did the Liberal thing, and now it's just hell. Okay, so yeah, I'm pretty good, Cole. I've got some really big news, actually, like really big news, really exciting news, life-changing news. Just the best, and I'd love to tell you, but I'm not telling 13 people. I think we'll save that for the next stream when it's very evident. So it's a great time for Cole as I sleep in the daytime. Oh, interesting. What do you do, Cole? Or how, what do you do? That's such a SPAC question, isn't it? How free are you, Cole? Oh, the football's on. So what football is that? Oh, is it a final? Is it a final? On a Saturday night? Is it a Saturday night? Is it Sunday? I don't fucking know what's happening. So I'm competing with fixed Satan ball. Now, I really want my Not Today Satan to come back. Well, I haven't checked. Let's check. Haven't checked since I woke up, but as of last night, Not Today Satan still has 33 subscribers instead of 40,000. So I've got, I think, what's going to be a cracking video to post. Well, I haven't actually made it yet, but in my head, I've already made it. I basically have bookmarked, oh, England versus Spain. Why is anyone watching that? Hang on. Spain are in the final, aren't they? That makes no sense. I assume you mean the third place game, but I'm pretty sure Spain beat France to go to the final, didn't they? Fuck me, they're still not back. This is really getting quite worrying. So when I get my subscribers back on Not Today Satan, I'm going to release an awesome video about World Cup. Well, I think it'll be awesome. I haven't made it yet, but the stuff that I've bookmarked is like, whoa. And it's no more like, what I like about it is it's no more like, look at these horrible, it's more esoterical. It's like, yeah, look, like I can give you dopamine hits, but also clearly this is spiritual. Like, you know, all the GOAT symbology, all the 19s, the fact they knew who Yamal was going to be by the age of 1. They knew that Messi was going to be passing on the GOAT title to him. Mental. Absolutely mental. And that's what I'm really liking in this shift now. This is why Not Today Satan is actually going to work really well, because people, you could say they're ready or they've been forced to just wake up a bit more. Like, you know, there's a lot of people still politically engaged, but yeah, people are ready for me to tell them that it's all bullshit, basically. So I don't think it's Spain. I'd like to get some more clarification on what football I'm competing with. What satanic ritual am I competing with? What fixed satanic ritual that the plebs will clap along to? There's the representation of my country being invaded. And the referee just fucking does what he wants and it's all completely fixed. And the ball is clearly electrically controlled. There's clear footage from the England versus Argentina game which shows that the ball has a magnet or is electrically controlled, which they've even admitted because, I don't know, but they've said that the ball now has chips in it. Why does the ball have chips in it? Oh, it's because FIFA wants Argentina to win. Maybe it goes a bit deeper than that. It used to be great keyword used to be the Liberals have completely destroyed it. Yeah, I think keyword is a typo. I think he's talking about California. Oh, I mean, I think there's a strong argument that California was the best place in the world. It took some beating, right? California of the 1990s or 1980s, unbelievable. So I spent most of my time in there in 1990s. I think I've been 5 times. I went back as like a 30-odd-year-old as well once. I was still talking to my sister, so it must have been pretty young 30-year-old because me and my sister went on holiday together, which just gobsmacks me. Right, I don't think it's Spain, but I don't really care. Cool. That's great. Can't wait to hear. This is about my new exciting news. Oh my God, it's so hard to not tell you. I'm always free. I work very little. I knew that was going to be the answer. It's so good. I love calls so much. I just do whatever to make cash online, to be honest. Beautiful, mate. Beautiful, mate. Fantastic. Good on you. Good on you, valuing self and time over material crap. And of course, needless to say, Cole hates football. Not the same no more. So that suggests that there was a time when you liked it. So I think you feel quite similar to myself. I feel like you've probably detached a bit more. I mean, I'm very detached. I haven't watched a single World Cup game. But Sheffield Wednesday, different story. So last season was, well, for Sheffield Wednesday, it was a freak season of nightmareness. So I can't, yeah, so actually, yeah, it's nothing, yeah, it's not to do with my detachment. It's to do with the shit owner that we had. Why I didn't have an online season ticket last year. I am going to get an online season. As it stands, I'm changing rapidly. So, you know, there's a chance, because I haven't bought it yet, but I won't. But as it stands, I'm getting an online season to keep Sheffield Wednesday season this year. I don't think you'd be doing that, Cole. But also, I would ask, did you go home and away for 10 years? You know, I mean, it really is in my blood. I went home for 20 years and then home and away for 10 years is a bit of an exaggeration, maybe 7. Hello, may I ask, please? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I get it. Like when I first went to Thailand, I was kind of, you know, I was desperate. I was desperate to make money online, and I might have done something like that. But if you're at the point where you're asking others how they make money online, then you're not ready to make money online. Because as Cole says, there's so many ways. No one's gonna be able to tell you in a YouTube comment how to do it. I mean, this is basically the energy of this, and I'm not criticizing. I totally understand it. I've been in it. The energy of this is, please tell me how to do it. That's what they're really asking. And that comes from the conditioning that we're given at school by our parents, like to trust authority, to ask what the way is, rather than learning what the way is. And that's what's happening here for Truth Finder. It's Truth Finder is obviously really wanting to, you know, become freer, let's say. I was going to say free, but it's freer. So create their own income. Yet they're still conditioned enough to think that someone's going to do it for them, or that they just need to say the right things. You know, like obviously I know that's not exactly what it is, but it comes from that energy. It comes from that place. Whereas really, if you're going to create money online, then you stop asking questions and you learn. Well, you know me too well, I think, Tom. No, I'd like to know you more. I'm really intrigued by you. I just think you're really cool and really interesting. I think we'd get on. I feel like you're a lot softer than me, quieter than me, less manic than me. I feel you're more patient and more peaceful. Naturally. Now, that might be also because you're more enlightened than me. I don't think you are. I don't know. I don't think you are. I think you're just naturally like slower and more peaceful than me. I get like energy with you. Whereas I would say my energy is more like, whoa. So yeah, clearly a great person. So nothing I said, Truth Finder, was criticism at all. Like it's just me trying to assess where people are at and trying to give reflections from love. But clearly, you know, not that I need to do this from my point of view, but maybe from your point of view, I need to give you an honoring and state that I can see you, a very cool guy. You don't have a TV. But yeah, I just really want to speak into that. It's that disempowerment. It's that lack of responsibility, and these words sound very, from our culture, from our namby-pamby, don't offend anyone, don't say the truth culture. These words sound like an attack, but they're not. They're just what you need to do. and I say it with love. I say it with like, you know, please, I want to encourage you. Yeah, so it's the video when it's going through to the goalkeeper, isn't it? And it very clearly moves. The ball's going like this, and then it slows down, stops, and goes like this. It's impossible. Impossible. Cool. So much like myself, but I don't think he took it on into religion like I did. Cole watched and played football as a kid for joy. Okay, so we've got 34 people. I mean, really, the only way of assessing whether it's worth it is how many super chats I get. But we've got 34 people, so it's 40 people. So even at 12 o'clock at night, England, 5 p.m.-ish, USA, kind of works. We've got the Spactard in, who thinks he's enlightened but doesn't know what internal and external is, and just shows up in hate and competition all the time, but of course he's very enlightened. But he's recommending remote sales. Absolutely, it's not for everyone. Yeah, I mean, I used to be a salesman. God, it's fucking awful. But it's better than doing anything in the UK. I mean, really, where I was at when I was in Thailand was I just need to earn money online. I don't care what I do. So I signed up for all the teaching stuff, but in my experience, one, I would have been crap at it because I wasn't interested, so it wouldn't have worked. You know, the pupils have some self-respect, and they have so many teachers to choose from. They're not going to choose the pothead who doesn't give a fuck. But I didn't even get the chance to fail. Like, I didn't even get a client. So my understanding is that teaching English is so saturated. I think it's the same with Spanish. I met a guy who was teaching Italian, and he had loads of clients because there's not many Italian teachers. But teaching English is very saturated. And unless you're like really passionate about teaching, you won't get any clients. But yeah, I mean, I was just like, can I get a sales job? Can I get any job? I mean, I was even, can I get a data entry job? Now, I don't think I'd have been able to stick it out. I don't think I'd have actually been able to do it. But this is where I was at. And I think that's good. Like, I think if you can see what's happening and you realize that getting out of the UK is the #1 goal, then I think, yeah, any sort of online job just to stabilize, and then you start seeing what's around you and the possibilities around you. Like, it's not easy to make money in Southeast Asia, but it's kind of like setting up a business in Southeast Asia. This isn't right, but there's part of it that's right. Is like setting up a business in England in the 80s or 90s. You know, it was possible. There wasn't loads of red tape. It wasn't saturated. But there's also a load of chaos stuff that wasn't around in England in the 1980s. But you'll be amazed. Oh, nice one, Francesca. You'll be amazed if you're meant to do this, i.e. you have some tenacity and a bit of an entrepreneurial mind, or you're just willing to take some risks. That's really what being an entrepreneur is. You're just willing to take risks. Then yeah, get the online job, come out here, stabilize, be a robot, but be in the sun, except you'll be working at night and sleeping in the day for your job. But, you know, it's a start, it's a stepping stone. You're out. Whoa, I mean, just that. And then from there, you can work out how to find more desirable ways to earn an income. So I agree with what Jim's saying, but absolutely it's not for everyone. Oh yeah, that was it. But in my experience, and it is just my experience, and I'm going back like 2 years now, so it's probably worse, in fact. Online jobs, man. Online jobs are very hard to find. So I've been doing, I've no doubt that, yeah, Jim, there's no doubt that you are a master of the external. You're a very high functioning ego, but you haven't surrendered, you haven't come inside, you haven't done any work. No, I'm not threatened by you at all. Like, I totally see you. You're just, you're not a retard, you're intelligent, but you haven't surrendered. So I would never be threatened by somebody who's in competition. I would never be threatened by someone who shows up in hate. I would never be threatened by somebody who gets involved with the worst of the worst people, comments with all them, when you can see they're lying and projecting, like literally not even recognizing what happened in the video, literally twisting it, and you're in there commenting with them and you think you're enlightened and you think I'm threatened by you. Are you mental? Look at Lee. You've said Lee's lost. I mean, talk about threaten, like talk about projection. You're literally a projecting ball of retardation, man. Like, you're awful. You're disgusting. Like, a really nasty, horrible person that just has nothing but hate in their heart and hasn't even touched their heart. You said to me when we were exchanging, you said the words, I don't do this internal, external thing. You said that. And you're trying to say you're enlightened, because that's what you're admitting there, is that you don't understand the internal journey. You haven't even touched upon it. You fucking office retard. However, I bet you're very good at being in the office. So anyway, why am I focusing on a hateful demon when we've got this amazing one in the chat? Thank you so much, Francesca. Now, sadly, I'm not on OBS tonight. We've gone back several stages. I've got a really powerful, fantastic, not brand new, I bought it secondhand, but to me, brand new, fantastic laptop. And I can't use it. Well, I can use it, but it won't work for the stream. Okay, fine, I kind of expected that to happen. I'll go back to what I was doing before, use my shit £150 laptop, and use the camera on OBS, so it looks better. I can use my stickers, but even the camera won't work. It was just black. So we're on the old laptop and we're back on the DJI with a crap camera angle. So that's fun. That's fun. But Francesca, you were fun, and instead of emoji, you can have a little dance. Whee! Thank you. Thank you, Francesca. You love. Have you got anything you'd like to say, Francesca? So I've no doubt, like the Awakened Brave, Jim is a high functioning ego. So he has a lot of experience and he has a lot of knowledge, very intelligent. But then what the ego will do is it will trick you. Like Jim genuinely thinks he's enlightened. He comes on videos as a hater, and he thinks he's enlightened. I mean, the disparity there, like how he can't see that stark contradiction, that stark slap from the universe, just going, how do you think you're enlightened when you're doing this? Like, you think this is how enlightened people live? Wow, what a retard. But he's good at sales. Who cares? Retards can do retard things. If England would have gone on to win, would it still have been illegal to fly your flag? Be concerned about that. I don't think anyone's concerned about the Falklands. No one in England's concerned about that. And it seems that even with a libtard government that wants to give everything away and just hate themselves, and well, not really, but like the whole racism thing is basically self-hatred. They are not giving up the Falklands. So there's obviously, I think there's quite a lot of minerals attached to it, isn't there? There's no external and internal top. I mean, what's he talking about? There's not one. There's not one way. It's just the only. It is the work. Like, it is the work. And the Buddha, they're all teaching, come inside, the kingdom is within you, like every single teacher, anyone with any knowledge. But no, Jim knows better, and there's no such thing as internal, there's no such thing as feeling. There's just Jim mastering the external through his knowledge, and that's enlightenment, apparently. And you can't live with any love, you can't live with any connection. You can't live with wanting to help others on the path like every enlightened person does. No, you live in hatred. Okay, Jim, thanks for clearing that up. Let's forget what the Buddha said. Let's forget what Jesus said. Let's forget what they all said. Let's forget Osho. Let's forget all these amazing teachers, Schopenhauer, all the incredible Greek philosophers. Let's forget them all, because Jim says there's no internal or external, apparently. Because Jim conceptually understands that it's oneness and nothing, so he's coming from that, but it's all intellectual. It's not felt. It's not experienced. It's not actualized, and you can see that by the way he shows up. It's very obvious. Right, I think we're just going to have to block him because he's just going to take over the chat, and he's very boring. Tom, you are the biggest hater in this chat. Yeah, so there's a morsel of truth in that, obviously. But I mean, it is my YouTube, don't forget. So you're the one that's turning up to a YouTuber that you claim to hate and writing hateful comments. That's very different to a YouTuber creating a channel, receiving hate and responding. And you know that. But of course, you just want to twist it because you're not interested in truth and you have no heart, or you're not connected to your heart. Obviously, physically, you have a heart. Oh God, he's so dull. He's just so egoic. Like, even if this was true, like, look at enlightened people. Look at Lee. You think he shows up like this? Just in competition. Like, enlightened, you don't. Why do you feel a need to show up in competition? It's because you feel very threatened. And I'm not even. I'm banning you right now. I don't give a fuck about you. You're nothing to me. And don't forget, you text me 10 days ago trying to be my friend. So this is all clearly bollocks and clearly a rejection issue for you because you're a fucking pleb and you haven't done any self-work. Bye, Jim. Cheers, bro or sis. Do you respect me enough to send some shekels in the super chat? because that's when I feel really respected. Or if you're a member like this amazing one. Cole, no, I am not more enlightened. I'm just a quiet person and don't socialize much yet. I really felt that. I really felt that. Oh, that's why you said you know me too well, Tom. Yeah, I could really feel that. I mean, I guess it's pretty obvious when you showed up in the last live and said, and I said, oh, I haven't seen you for 6 months, Cole, where have you been? And you said, well, I've not really been watching YouTube. And that told me a lot. But I think I already felt it before that. Okay, can I find the motivation? Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. I suppose it's just the time thing. I'm assuming I'm not going to get any donations, but let's keep going. Let's try. Right, yeah, so we've done that one. Yeah, I mean, really, I need some more comments as well. Oh, I'd like to hear what this guy thinks of my reflection that I gave to him. Well said, and well done for getting rid of Jim Dandy. I have no idea why he had me blocked, as I've never seen him before. Yeah, I'm not aware of, oh, no, you can block each other. You can, because I know Debbie blocked Sophie. More interestingly, what did you think about my reflections to YouTube Finder? It looks like you've not got triggered, so that's a good sign. Do you feel what I said? Can you feel if that's true for you? And does it encourage you to just take responsibility and make it happen? Whether that's watching YouTube videos about dropshipping, which I think is pretty exhausted now, or whether that's scouring the internet for jobs online. And now my understanding is for Americans, it's quite a lot easier. American companies seem to be a lot more open to people working online, whereas English companies, in my experience, it was very difficult. But you will find some horrible sales jobs that will let you work online. But then you've got the time difference thing. Then you'd be working 3 till like I don't know, 10 at night or something. Yeah, it's not too bad, is it? Some beef between Shoefinder and Jim, although not anymore, because Jim's been called. I know you're reading the comments on the video picture, Jim Dandy, so sorry, that's old news. Old news. On the YouTube spectrum of Bits in Asia, thoughts on vlogging a dead horse, Paddy Doyle, or others you admire or dislike? I don't know any of them, mate. I don't know any of them. I don't watch them. I think vloggers are incredibly boring. They're too PC, they're too careful, they're too like, oh, look at this. And I get it, because, you know, you can upset the authorities out here without even knowing you've done it, because obviously the cultures are very different. It's very risky. My content's very risky. I'm definitely risking my ability of living here with my content. But then what am I going to do? Just produce boring slop for plebs? Like, no, I'm not going to do that. I can't do it any other way. I have to be real. I have to be funny. Like, there has to be something in it for me. And what's in it for me is the humor, because I make myself laugh. And also it's like developing, you know, I'm pretty sure that my essence is like Heyoka-ish, Joker-ish, court jester-ish, my archetype. I know it is. So it's also leaning more into that. It's working that muscle more, the whole becoming a comedian thing. Not that I really have a goal of standing on a stage. However, Michael does stand-up comedy out here. So, you know, who knows? Maybe, you know, I don't expect to ever earn money from being a comedian. But, you know, I would like, as a hobby, I would like to experience standing on a stage and trying to make people laugh. Like, it scares me, but I would like to experience that. So I think that's what English Refugee is leading to, but certainly the muscle that it's working. So I don't watch any travel vloggers because they're all so boring. They never say anything controversial. They never say anything funny. I like Small-Brained American. But again, I don't watch his travel vlog. I watch his podcast where he talks about his travel vlog. I'm not really into watching anything anymore. I say that, I watched 3 Charlie Beach episodes last night. Something, I just really fancied it. And I really enjoyed them. He made me laugh. You know what? Now that I'm detaching from just detaching, I don't get triggered anymore. Like when he says retarded stuff. I mean, he even said a bioweapon came up to him, and to be fair, it was a really good bioweapon. Like he could speak, he could talk, he obviously had intellect, he was funny, he was a fan of Charlie's show. And Charlie goes, said some positive stuff about him as he walks away, and then goes, I hope that man has many babies. So obviously, you know, I hope that man produces more bioweapons, more new English. And, you know, I noticed a part of me that recognized it and was like, oh, that was a very shill comment or very stupid. Either way, I'm not into it. But I was just like, meh. You know, it barely even came up. Like I noticed the thought, I noticed the noticing, but there was no emotional reaction to it. That's the first time. Usually something like that, I'd be switching off. So, you know, so I think that's great because it doesn't mean that I'm not recognizing the problems or seeing or still willing to act on the problems if that opportunity arises. It just means that I'm not lost in it anymore. I'm not, you know, I'm just accepting, you know, I'm just accepting that, yeah, the world's effed. But I don't need to let it make me sad because my world's beautiful. Oh, bless you, man. So this is Truth Finder. I have a hearing difficulty. I couldn't quite hear and understand. Sorry, what was the question, please? Well, for the sake of the live, I'm not going to repeat it, mate. Which saddens me because, you know, I'd like to help you more in terms of, you know, the fact you have a hearing difficulty. I'd like to take that into account. But I have to weigh up your needs and the needs of 54 other people. So I'm not going to repeat stuff. But yeah, hopefully you, I don't know, if you feel like it might be important, then watch the stream back and try and hear it. And if not, email me or maybe book a session. I don't know if I can really, you know, I don't want to respond to emails like that without money. The key to remote work is to open your own business and sell a digital product to business. Have a business idea, but it's a secret. So that works for you, Francesca, but I think it's to say that's the key. I mean, for me, it's YouTube. So I could sit here and say the key to online work is to become a YouTuber, but that's not going to resonate with you. So I think if that's the key for you, and it's worked for you and many other people with a similar mindset / way, and I'm all for it. I think it's great, but it would never work for me. So yeah, I guess the encouragement is to appreciate that your perspective isn't everyone's perspective, which I know you do, and I know intellectually you understand that, but just a little nudge in it, because that's how this comment shows up. But sounds like you have mastered online work in a way that works for you. It sounds like you have escaped. Are you English? Tell us more about you, Francesca. We want to get to know you. You seem scrumptious. Caluso's in the house. That's always good fun. We like Caluso a lot. The long-haired, blonde landlords. He's not blonde. He's grey. Seems like a nice guy. He's great. He's so great. I really like him. So you've watched today's video, the turnaround video. Oh my God! Like now, so I often have my door open to the corridor. And beyond me, there's only one person that lives, and he's great. So, you know, I very rarely get disturbed. But yesterday, the landlord walked by. I've got it all on camera. You'll see it all, but not for a while. That's only going to go on English Refugee. And he's just like, hey, how's it going? Like, he's so friendly. He's amazing. Yeah, he's about 5 minutes of yesterday's English Refugee video that I recorded. Yeah, he's great. He's really great. I enjoyed seeing him happy talking about the World Cup. Oh, he's so cute, wasn't it? He's so cute. Man, I wish I could feel, I know, that's, oh mate, Cluso, this is a really big one. I wish I could feel like that again. To actually be gripped by the World Cup, to actually be excited about it, to actually wake up in the morning and it's the first thing you think about, for it to actually feel like it matters. I mean, in one way, obviously it's a paradox, it's two sides. In one way, I'm so relieved that I'm not that conditioned anymore, because obviously that leads to other things like, you know, potential jib jabs, being a slave, working in an office, spraying carcinogenic chemicals onto your glands and calling it deodorant, thinking that you're on a spinning ball and you're upside down. So it's not worth it, as Caluso well knows. But also, oh my God, it would be so nice to get excited about a football match. Like excited to the point where you can't contain yourself. Like where you're counting down the days, like, oh my God, in 3 days we play. Oh my God, it's tomorrow. Oh my God, it's today. I'm going to go to a pub with all my mates and all these plebs. And I'm going to love it if I drink 19 pints. Maybe I never did really love it. But yeah, totally feel you, man. And I know you'll totally feel my beatdown as well. You'll be like, yeah, it was definitely 2 sides. And I know that you're not really wishing for it, but you kind of are. I only come back to catch up on your channel and use the rest of my journey to self. This is Cole, I don't always get notifications on internet phone, so this is why I don't always show up for lives, but I try to watch out. Well, I appreciate you being here, Cole, but I know you'll only do it if it's right for you. And that's what, obviously, I want. So what do you do? So you see you be all day? You really are just being? So when you say time to self, are you reading? Sounds like you're not watching a screen. And are you doing anything, or are you meditating? Like, pretty impressive, Cole. Pretty impressive. I feel like we're opposites, actually. Opposite characters. But on a very similar part of the path. How does that land with you? All right, I'll try drawing that curtain because it's getting a bit shiny on the TV. I'm definitely going to need a super chat for motivation soon. How long have we done? Oh, we've only done 36 minutes. So I'm quite happy with the numbers to say it's 12 o'clock at night. So this is basically a test for me to see if I can stream at this time and it still be lucrative. So far, well, we can't assess it after 36 minutes. This is a better time of day to stream for me. I think I'm done with waking up at 3 in the morning. I think I'm done with that. I just can't be bothered. Well, but then it's how I earn a living. I don't know. Maybe I need to. It all depends. Oh, no, I shouldn't say that. Learning. Shit. Better. Very good. Oh God, what a pleb comment. Have you got anger problems? Oh, you're so misunderstanding. We've all got anger. Anger is what's covering up your love. And if you're not experiencing anger, then you're just so repressed that you're numb and you're a robot. Anger is part of the human condition. No, I definitely don't have any. I mean, just the way you framed it is so retarded. It's so like, you would believe in manic depression, you would believe in ADHD, you would believe in all these stupid neurodivergent, all these labels. You would take pills from a doctor. Like we're in completely different paradigms. There's no point in me even talking to you. But I've done a whole series on it if you actually want to learn. It's called My Angry Series on Tom Gray 2X. No, absolutely not. Anger's not really ever been an issue for me. But that's framing it in your retarded way. Like it's not an issue. It's a beautiful teaching that's here to deepen you. So I have experienced anger within myself, but I lean in and I observe and I get to the emotional root of it, the traumatic root of it, and I release it, and then I just become more loving. So for you to even ask that, I'm assuming you don't really watch my content. Now, what plebs do is they see thumbnails and titles and judge the whole video based on that. They then watch. So I did this video the other day where the title's dead negative, obviously, because it's YouTube, it has to be. And then like the video is beautiful and I'm like connecting with these children in a fantastic, playful way, like really showing like love and heart and beauty. And then the plebs are just like commenting based on the title. So you're in that category, I think. Like you can't really see or hear. You're still very conditioned and probably still vote, things like that. So it's just such a pleb question. It's such a pleb question. Like, and how you can look at me and my content and think that that's even possible is literally because you'll see angry in this item, like, oh, he's angry. But you can't take in what your eyes see. What's your well quote where they will ignore the evidence of their eyes? Like, that's how you're living. Caluso, 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 you are such a good one. I laughed my ass off at your reply, unless, yes, you are correct. You know me very well. Well, I don't know you very well. I know the journey very well. And I know you're deep on the journey, possibly further than me. I haven't got to that level of assessment yet. But I feel like we're in a very similar place, or you're further on the path. So I know the journey very well. So I know what you'll be experiencing very well, but I don't know you very well. You know me very well. Here is some of my UC money. No LED lights for me as of yet. I wouldn't have any LED lights if I wasn't a live streamer. I mean, I don't think you can even see it, can you? I put it on, but I don't think you can even see it. It's pointless in natural light. UC money. I didn't get that. Universal credit? Not sure. Can we have some clarification on UC money, please? Caluso! And what does Caluso mean? It's cool. I like it a lot. I think an anger pump. You just back from live streaming pub slotting. Hope everyone okay. So I think he's talking about himself. But I like this guy. I think he's just come back from a pub is what he's trying to say. True Finder, no worries. Thank you for responding. I just didn't want you to think I was ignoring you on purpose. Bless you, brother. I appreciate that. I used to work in factories and bars. Ooh, yeah, that's going to fuck your ears. Yeah, that's definitely why your hearing's poor. I mean, for me, everything's energetic. So I think if you have poor hearing, it's because you don't want to hear. As in, you know, if you hear, you'll have to accept the truth, and that's very harrowing at first. So I think there's something there in most cases, maybe all. I'm not even talking about you here. I'm just hypothesizing around a subject. But then there's also the practical 3D reality. If you work in factories and loud bars, like, of course your ears are going to be screwed. So you're working like bum, 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 like that horrendous music. Oh! For those that watch English Refugee, that Winmart in Vietnam, it was like a nightclub. And the staff were choosing it. Like, it's not a Winmart policy. If anything, it probably goes against Winmart policy. No other Winmart had loud music on, but there was this one that just always had a massive stereo and loud music on. And you're like, you just look at the staff like, how are you? I mean, they're choosing it. They're choosing it. I just can't imagine. You know, like when I was in utter self-hatred and utter avoidance, you know, for me, it would be football, drinking 15 pints, taking 15 E's, taking shitloads of hallucinogens. You know, like there was escapism, but it was like adventure and inquiry. Whereas, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, like the level, like just like loud music, like what I experienced in Vietnam, like that level of escapism, like it's just such zombie. I really realized that whilst I was escaping and I wasn't conscious, I was never a zombie. I was never like, let me just put this loud, horrible, nervous system, abusive music on so I can just be completely numb. It's just disgusting. People who play music with a loud bass are just disgusting. All right, this is a very good one. Delightfully not. Patreon member. To be excited when I wake up in the morning was something I lost in the early days at school. Whoa! Very conscious. Came back again during... Came back again during my substance craze days in the 90s, and had slowly faded as I've gotten older. So what, you used to, I assume by that, yeah, I can relate to this, but you'd be like, on a Wednesday, you'd be like, oh, it's only 2 days till Friday, and I can get off my head. And then on Thursday, oh, I can get off my head tomorrow. Oh, it's time to get off my head. But then I actually, see if this is real for you as well, I think this is real for most people, I would actually spend all of Friday in anxiety, because you know, like, your nervous system is speaking to you, and your nervous system is saying, like, don't poison me again. So I would spend all day Friday in anxiety over what I was about to do, and Thursday. So Saturday I'd wake up, obviously we've come down from hell. Sunday it would get even worse. By Monday I'd given up and genuinely thought, oh, this isn't a come down, I just need to end myself, this is never going to end. By Tuesday I'd be like, oh, maybe it's a come down, maybe I don't need to end myself. By Wednesday I'd be like, okay, I don't need to end myself, I still feel shit. On Thursday I'd be like, I feel great. And then on Friday I'd feel anxious because I was going to do it all again. I've experienced excitement more recent than that. When I first started live streaming, I used to wake up with it. The reason I was doing it at 1, 2 in the morning is because I woke up with excitement over it. That's gone. There's gratitude and appreciation, but there isn't excitement. That took 2 weeks. 2 weeks for that to end. That's so crap, isn't it? But how normal things become, like, because this is really exciting. You know, this is most people's dream. And like, it just becomes normal after 2 weeks. It just becomes like, oh, not this is a job. I mean, getting up at 1 in the morning has a bit of a feeling of that to it. I'm not saying that live streaming feels like a job. Like, it is an honor, and I'm really grateful to be in this position. Or I'm really, I really honor myself for creating this existence, would be a better way of saying that. Because that implies that it's luck and it just fell into my lap and I didn't have to work extremely hard for it. And I don't say that for my ego. I don't say that so you look up to me. I say that to really speak into reality, because this is many people's dream, and they need to realize how hard it is to create it if they have any chance of succeeding it. So people succeed. You know, I don't want to give them a false sense. I don't want them to think that this is easy. I don't want them to think that they can post a video a week and become a YouTuber. How insane is my the amount of videos I'm... So even Tom Greatrix now is like 10 episodes behind, and that's only because I'm creating so much. And I have a story that I can't share more than 2 videos a day, but at weekends I'm going to share 3 a day now. Saturdays and Sundays I'll share 3, just to try and keep it present. And maybe I'll have to just start sharing 3 videos a day, but it is too many. But also I can't stop creating content. I'm going to try not to record a video today, other than English refugee, because something very exciting is happening, guys. Like, something stupidly exciting. Like, you should be able to guess it, really, because it's, you know, like, it's the second most exciting thing that could happen to me. And it's within the same genre of the first thing. Oh, wow, it's starting to get worthwhile. Thank you, Delightfully Not. You are amazing. Ah, yeah, I knew you'd appreciate Lee. I feel like I want to know more about you. I get you confused with the guy that uses all the initials from his family in his name. I'm almost certain you're both Patreon. Yeah, you're definitely both Patreon members. In fact, I think you're the same person. Are you the same person? Are you the person that has another profile where you've... Oh, no, I think I'm getting confused. But yeah, two highly valued Patreon members who I really like, but I get a bit confused and feel that I don't quite know enough about. But I know enough about you to know that you'll appreciate Lee. Lee is, it's such an honor to be sharing that content and knowing that his offering, his wisdom, whatever you want to call it, is open and accessible to those that are ready to hear it. Yeah, amazing, just amazing. That man is teaching me so much. Can't get my laptop to work, but you know, he's teaching me so much. He can. That was a joke. I can't use what he's shown me. Is more accurate. Thank you for that. Really motivating. That really helps me, you know, at least get to the hour and 15-minute mark and have a bit of faith that this is going to be worthwhile. Other than just for live entertainment, of course. And I do enjoy it. Don't get me wrong. You know, I'd love it. I'd love it if I just got paid without having to harass you all. But the reality is, I can't just sit here and do it for nothing, because then that will become the norm, and I can't afford that. Like, I have to make this limited based on, I'm not finding the words. It has to correlate what I'm receiving back. I can't just give. That's an energetic thing, but it's also a practical thing. It's also a tactical thing. You know, if I just come on here and stream for 4 hours when I get no money, then why would anyone ever give any money other than the people who are genuinely giving? Which I think is probably, so I think there might be some my story in there, some projection in there. I think actually, even if I didn't mention money, a lot of the people that do give money would still give money, because they're genuinely giving people who want to support what they value in this world. So there could be some projection in there, but I think there's also some, you know, there is also a bit of an art to it, obviously, that, you know, if you encourage people to give based on whether or not you're going to switch the stream up or not, then I do think that helps. Where are you now? I'm in the best place in the world, I think. Siem Reap, Cambodia. Amazing. I think I'm going to be here for a long time, especially... I can't say any more because you're all going to know, and it's meant to be a big surprise. I want you to see one crawling on my shoulder in the next live stream. Oh, there you go. Giving it away. And I'm not talking about Malcolm. In fact, Malcolm's going to get fucked up. Would you be open to the idea of living at a Buddhist temple for 30 days, taking a vow of silence? Well, yeah, I'm open to the idea. Can we just leave it as an idea? So this is my biggest challenge. 30 days, wow. No. No. I mean, I'd start off with a 10-day Vipassana. Like, so that's my next big self-work piece, my next big goal, my next retreat or healing modality. So I used to do this shit all the time. Like, you know, breath work on a Sunday, family constellations on a Thursday, men's work on a Tuesday, ayahuasca on a Sunday. So I refer to these as modalities. So I used to do modalities all the time. So what you're referring to is meeting thyself through meditation and going to a retreat or a temple to make sure that happens, like a setting that holds you. And that's, you know, all that's going on. Thank you, V. I will get to you, but I just feel like this is worth speaking into. So this is my biggest challenge. What comes very naturally to me is like yang doing. Plant medicine, men's work, love it, lap it up. But the yin, the zen, the slowness, the stillness, the feminine, no. So I've done a vision quest. That's 3 days in a hut with only water, but I did, cheat isn't the right word. I didn't fully lean in. I went out for walks, and on those walks I did converse with a few people, just like how do to strangers, but that does totally take you out of what it is you're there to experience. So I really met myself there. That was a very deep experience. So the stage before what you're suggesting, 30 days in a temple, would be a Vipassana, a 10-day Vipassana, where you're in a group of people and you can't even look at them in the eye, let alone speak to them. And you're obviously not allowed to read a book or anything like that. And you know, people go mental there, but they also meet themselves there. And there's no doubt that that is up there with plant medicine as the most life-changing thing you can do. So yes, I've considered it. I would love to do it, but so far I'm too scared. Too scared of myself. The story of failure, like too scared of myself, and then there's a story of failure attached to it as well, a fear of failure, which obviously is just an egoic story that means nothing. Now, when I was really going through it, probably the most stressful time of my life, when I was accepting I was about to lose 200 grand and maybe go to jail for 2 years in Thailand, I did go to a Buddhist temple to do this, not 30 days. I went with the intention of doing it 10 days, I think. But I took ganja. I didn't meditate once. I think I might have tried once and decided that wasn't for me. And I did 3 hours of massages a day and sat in cafes for 6 hours a day. So I basically just slept at the temple. At the end of the time, when I gave my bed back, and when I say bed, I mean like very thin, kind of soft, spongy thing that we put on the floor. The chief monk, I'll call him, was just like, I haven't seen you. Where have you been? Have you meditated? No. So yeah, I like the idea. It's a nice idea. Okay, who's the next wonderful one? Voidio, that's a good name. Voidio, I feel like you're new. I went on the unawakened grave. That's such a good name. To discuss his godliness, I guess. His words, his godliness. It brought up much discomfort subsequently, but I am getting less triggered. Thanks. So it brought up discomfort. I want you to speak more into this. You don't need to send a super chat. I'll absolutely bring you up. So I want you to speak more into this bit. We know what the unawakened grave is. He's so funny. And maybe I should start watching him again. And maybe I'm at the point where I'm not triggered. I'm past the trigger and I could just watch him for entertainment because he is very entertaining. But up until now, I've been too triggered by him. Yeah, I think that might be passing. I think I might be able to just watch him for entertainment again because so funny. or is he funny? He is funny, and also to laugh at, like he's so deluded. Not that we really should be laughing at that, but that's just where we've got to with this world and trying to get through it. I want to speak more into this. It brought up much discomfort subsequently. So I went to discuss his godliness. So it sounds to me like you commented and it brought up much discomfort, but I'm getting less triggered. So it sounds like it brought up discomfort in you. I mean, I would suggest that you're engaging from the trigger. So if you see what he is, like you clearly do, and then you engage with him, you're wanting to put him down. And that's totally understandable. I totally get that. I would have a similar feeling come up in me. But then what you're doing is you're engaging with disconnection. We could say fear. We could say low vibration. We could say competition. We could say judgment. None of these things are wrong. They're all very normal in the human condition. But you're at a point, I can tell, just by the fact you watch this sort of content and you can see the unawakened grave for what he is, you're at a point where that doesn't serve you. If you do anything that isn't out of love or at least neutrality or peace, the minute you go into competition, the minute you go into wanting to do one down, which I also know comes from you wanting them to see. There's nothing negative here. It's all beautiful. But what you're being shown is if you operate in energy, it doesn't feel good. I think that's what's going on. Let me know how that lands. So just like when I try and tell Sophie, which is totally pointless, she's been emailing me, like honestly, it's just unbelievable. And her responses to the comments on her video, I don't know why I still get shocked. I don't know why I expect anything different, but like zero self-observation. Like zero. Is it possible to be minus? If it's possible to be minus on self-observation, then she's gone into a minus. I don't think that's possible. I think zero is as bad as it could get. And like I do with the plebs, it's in me too. And obviously it's more extreme when it's your channel. And I'm past the point of going on to other people. Well, yeah, past the point. I was going to say that was never a thing. Of course that was a thing, and definitely on X it was a thing. I'm past the point of responding to anything that I don't like. Because of what you're experiencing, this distortion that it creates within you. Because you're not operating from love. And whilst you might be like, yeah, but my whole life isn't operating from love. Yeah, but you are moving that way. and your nervous system, your emotion, your deep embodied knowing, your chakras, however you want to look at it, are aligning with that now, and that's why you feel distortion when you do anything that isn't that. What do you reckon, Voidio? Also, tell me about your name. Is it linked to the void? Is that why you've called yourself Voidio? If that's true, then you're very cool. Right, so what does Cole do with himself? I read, I check vids out, and I get sent good ones. I am very boring. No, you're very centered and present. I don't do meditation well, but I try. I help people out if they come to me. But other than that, I'm alone. I hate it. Cole, I love you, man. I really hope you're not, well, you won't be gay anyway, so it don't matter. You know, hopefully you're not good looking and below 25. Because like, I actually like, you know, I love you. I just think you're great. And opposites always attract. But don't worry, Cole. I'm not fully gay for you. And I know you're not gay, so it's fine. But how old are you, Cole? I have a feeling you're like late 20s. I know you're gay. I don't think you're gay. But I want to know. And if you are, can I see a picture of you? But if you're not really good looking, don't bother. I can just about accept you not having a six-pack. If you're really good looking and still very skinny. Or toned, I should say. Oh, delightfully not. Anger is my friend, which shows me who I am. Nice. Yes. I mean, I feel like that's been displayed really well in my angry series. But the pleb still won't get it. I think this might be the pleb that asked about anger. I'm asking because you take it out on other people. Yes, I do watch. It's interesting content, certainly not anything you said. Yeah, but you're not watching. You're just watching the screen and the surface level. You're not self-observing. You're not seeing the deeper stuff that I'm really showing. So if you're judging, taking out anger on someone, I mean, that's how anger occurs in most situations. I mean, it's the most obvious way it's going to occur. Then so if you're judging that and you believe you've never done that, then you're repressed and suppressed. You've never met yourself. Anger is obviously part of a journey. Like obviously you need to meet yourself. You need to meet your anger as part of a journey. Now, what your silly pleb projection would make more sense if I was walking around like angry all the time, then it would make sense. But like I've literally shown it you. Like I've literally gone like, this is my anger. This is why it's happening. This is unusual for me. Here's 3 videos that show it. You've totally missed the message. You've totally missed the obvious beauty of it. And you've just been like, he's angry. And I appreciate my thumbnails on English refugee don't help. I appreciate what I experienced in Vietnam. You could class me as being angry, but actually that was just deep frustration, deep despair at what's happened to my homelands and the fact that I can't live there and I'm living in these foreign countries, and up until getting to Cambodia, they were all a bit shit. And I didn't really like any of them. Of course, there were things that I did like about them, but I would rather be in England. Siem Reap is the first place I've got to where I'm like, I'd rather be here than be in England. Now, admittedly, at the start of the journey, I was very excited. And I would have said the same about Mexico or Guatemala or any country I was in, but that was before I'd received the reality of one, being a YouTuber and demons and all that, which doesn't bother me anymore, but it did at the time. And 2, the grueling reality of being a digital nomad travel vlogger, which I'm classing as different to being an expat. So how I started out moving every month or 2 months or maybe 3 months at most, wanting to see the world, or really, if I'm honest, egoically wanting to show the whole world through a blue screen. So people thought I was cool and I made loads of money and I got lots of attention. That was really what was going on, I think. shifting from that to I'm going to live in Same Meat for 10 years. Now that's not set in stone. That's not actually what I'm saying, but I'm very open to that, and I can really see that being a possibility. Certainly committing. Well, yeah. After today, I've committed. Yeah, I mean, really, I've committed for 20 years. So yeah, I was deeply frustrated at the fact that my homelands had been invaded and the government were tyrannical. So a lot of frustration does occur on English refugee when I'm in Vietnam. So maybe you could project onto that from your place. Sorry, I'll try and stop putting people down. I shouldn't have said that last sentence from your place. That's unnecessary. Name calling is not where I want to be anymore. But yeah, no, I'm not angry. I'm very not angry. I'm very chilled out. Now, take a particular herb away from me, and that changes. So I guess actually, so after all that, yes, you're right. I have anger issues if I don't have a green herb. However, I'm pretty sure if I carried on, so basically those 3 videos happened on day 10 of sobriety. I'm fairly, there's no way that I would, so what the retard mind is going to do here is not understand the journey and just link that substance and anger together. So what that doesn't mean is that if I never smoked again, I'd walk around angry for the rest of my life. No, I'd meet myself very deeply, very fast and transform it all. But I don't want to meet myself. I'd rather get high. I can't say this guy's name, but I like him. XT. If I lose it, that's the end of it. But luckily, it's a very rare occurrence. So I feel like you're very authentic and real and therefore expressive. So yeah, I can totally see that. It's you don't do any, you're authentic in everything you do. Everything you do is real. You don't get angry like a robot, an NPC, a normie gets angry, like over something that's not even related to you, like the changing of the climates, for example, or because that's virtue signaling. That's trying to be. That's following an ideology. That's hatred. Whereas obviously you're nowhere near any of that. So it doesn't surprise me at all that one, it's not a regular thing for you, but when it does come up, it comes up. Just like for me, it's real. Like you're really going to experience it. You don't do anything by halves, I think. We've got some more information about Francesca. I am from Essex with Italian ancestry, but no speak the Italiano. Beautiful, beautiful. When you say ancestry, do you mean like your parents, or are you going back a few generations? How old are you, if you are willing to tell us? Why do you always take the piss out of locals and remember that it's their own country? And it's just crazy. Why can't you see the two sides? Why can you only see one side? Ask yourself this. How can you possibly watch my content and say, always take the piss? There's so much beautiful content in there. What about the interaction with the children in the latest videos? What about the interaction with with all the people I interact with? So you're referring to the moments where I'm like, biker bitch. Well, that's because you're a pleb and I want to make you laugh. So I mix it up beautifully. There's, and it's not disrespect. I have full respect. I'm just being funny. And also, you've never been in these countries, so you don't know how disrespectful it is in many ways, and also very respectful. The paradox is there. But the way they communicate is disrespectful, in my opinion. Not Cambodia. I'm talking about Vietnam. Cambodia is so different. So this is a complete projection. It's not true. Also, you're telling me what to do as if you know better. Like, of course you don't know better. Look at your name, user KP5C. I mean, fuck off. Like, you're not even a thing. You're like a little robot. So why do you think you can tell me anything? Why do you think I would listen to your opinion? Why do you think I'd be interested in your opinion? Well, it's because you live in the minds of others and other people's opinions affect you. Your opinion is not going to affect me. Also, your opinion is completely flawed and comes from your hatred of self. And therefore, you have to twist whatever you see to fit your narrative because you live in so much hate and pain and you're so scared of feeling it. How about that for an answer, dickhead? Asia doesn't necessarily heal you as much as it reveals itself. Would you agree? Oh my God, that's great, mate. That's great. That's really great. I feel like there could be some healing as well, for sure. I mean, I'm definitely getting healed. But maybe it's just through the exposing of self and doing the work. Interesting, very interesting, man. Oh, universal credit, wow. Caluso, so I asked him what his UC money, universal credit, and I'm not working, I'm taking money off the evil ones. Yeah, great. So the only ones I know who do this, who are like on any sort of level, would be the Asleep Pussy and Jeroen. But they're both very disempowered, and they're both full of spiritual stories. I mean, Jeroen is way better than the Asleep Pussy. I see it as a very disempowered move, but I also see it as a potential crucial part of the journey. So like, you know, dark night of the soul, letting go, surrendering, learning to be, that requires all the time in the world. So I think for that part of the stage, universal credit, the dole, is a viable option, but I don't think it's a viable life path. One, you're going to be the first to be enslaved, but also it's this energy. You know, it's not stoic, it's not responsible, it's not. You know, we learn and we deepen and we do the work and we become enlightened through. I was going to say doing, but really it's being. But there has to be some stoic doing as well. There has to be purpose. There has to be like, what am I bringing to the world? And maybe what you're bringing to the world is wisdom and beyond like a profession. I'm willing to accept this isn't one size fits all, and there will maybe be some exceptions. But in general, the spiritual people I meet on the dole are, yeah, I mean, some of them have got quite far. But they're never going to be, you know, a true one like Lee is going to be creating his own income or has created enough income at some point in their lives to now be chilling through like stoic creation. What do you think about that, Clusa? But I very much appreciate you passing on some of your government handout shekels. And I'm all for it. Like I don't judge it in any way in terms of lazy or anything like that. It's more about self-love, self-belief, following one's path, one's dharma. Right, I think we're getting towards poo break, coffee break kind of times. So definitely, none of my live streams have been demonetized since I stopped taking the mic into the toilet. So I'm very sorry, guys, but you're not going to get to hear the sphinxings of my sphincter. I've just remembered, you little hussies, getting all this for free. I haven't switched adverts on. My God, we need to rectify that. Fucking hell. Yeah, I think I'm fucking around. All right, let's get that coffee poured. No adverts? Yeah, fucking giraffe. You think I'm doing this out of the goodness of my heart? You think I live with some gratitude and I'm just like, oh, I'm a YouTuber, how delightful. I'll not earn any money and just live in the delight of it. No. Give me the bloody shekels. Studio. Content. Okay, live stream. Money. Money. On. Oh, it is on. How's that happened? I didn't do that. Mode automatic. Frequency high. Okay, great. So it is on. I didn't do that. Usually I have to do that. Why? What? That's crazy. I've never experienced that before. Wow, my subs are plummeting. How interesting. Oh God, terrible, terrible results on recent videos. Yeah, subs are plummeting on both channels. Very interesting. I think, yeah, I think some hate watchers have been shaken off now that I'm in the light. I suppose introducing Lee as well. I mean, it's amazing that I've only lost 20 subs by introducing Lee. Like that's, I'd imagine he would, a lot of people would be shaken off by him. A lot of people who aren't ready. Okay, cool. Where are we at? No more donations. No more donations, no more tub. Okay. Let me remind myself about the good people and try and motivate myself. So we had Francesca, who came in straight away, which is always like such a honoring, it's such an acknowledgement of what the live stream needs, and really helps me when someone comes in with an early donation. Then we had Caluso giving away some of his government shekels, which is just incredible. If I was on government shekels, I'd be so like this, which is ridiculous because it's coming for nothing. Like it really should actually help you open up, but that would be my experience. Delightfully not. Came in, thank you very much. So 20. Yeah, it's not great for an hour and 20 minutes, is it? Thank you to you four. Thank you so much. Oops. Alrighty then. Oh, you MAGA. Fucking hell. I think Caluso's a bit beyond MAGA. Caluso is, I'm pretty sure Caluso is well on the path of enlightenment. He's not going to be interested in stuff like that. I used to play a video game called RuneScape, and my username was Caluso. My first name is Carl, and I like the SS uniforms, nice. So I combined it together to make the ultimate core name. You absolutely smashed it, mate. You absolutely smashed it. It's fantastic, just like you are. Oh, it's definitely not because I don't want to hear, lol. I genuinely can't hear well, especially, well, we're not aware of the energetics. This is why it's called shadow work, because it's in the shadow. So I'm speaking I'm speaking of a layer of your consciousness that you probably haven't met. I'm not speaking from the second or third dimension. I'm speaking from the fourth or fifth dimension in terms of that. So yeah, I wouldn't expect you to be aware of it, but I'm telling you it's the case energetically. So energetically, you have avoided hearing, seeing, the unveiling, self, the work, internal. You've avoided that. So your external reflects that. So then you end up choosing jobs that support that and destroy your hearing. It's all linked. Like this stuff's so deep, so deep. So yeah, I'm not speaking on a surface level. I'm not denying that, you know, that you worked in bars and that is why it happened, but it's not really why it happened. Why did you work in the bars? What trauma is playing out in you? We all live so unconsciously. I'm getting much better at this, at just holding myself until there's a good comment. Whereas before I'd be like, gotta make noise all the time. Oh, this is a cool one, Lipsis. We really like Lipsis. The news is that Tom and I are engaged finally. Well, I did not expect that, Lipsis. I would expect at least a £50 super chat for my engagement. I am up for sexual relations with a woman, but I think you're too old, Lipsis, for me. You know, they need to be young and cute. But yeah, I'd really like to lick some lettuce. But I don't know if I'd actually enjoy it. I like the idea of it. Oof, I don't know. And then there's a whole just having to talk to a female, like I don't know if that's worth it. And then there's their hair. I don't think I can deal with their hair and the smell of their hair and all the products they'll have in their hair. Like, I just don't think it's worth it. I don't think I can do it. Herman the Tosser is tossing all over the stream. Welcome, Herman. Good to see you, my man. Not sure if this is at me or not. XT, doesn't sound awful, mate, because there can be no thought they are getting away with this. But I can actually feel the squeeze watching the channels I do. Tom's is a one. We can see the plan and know what to do. Yeah, I mean, I think I roughly know what you're speaking about. Yeah, I mean, basically, it's really hard. It's really difficult to not get caught up in it. And also, there's also, right, here is, I'll try and nail this. There's something coming through that I think is quite profound. People are in the external and therefore they want to react from the external. So they get lost in things like politics, civil war, fighting back. Now, I think there's one of those that is viable. I mean, you could say that two of them are the same thing. There's only one of those that could work, and I'm not condoning or encouraging anything. I'm just hypothetically speaking into possibilities and probable realities that might play out. But of course, never be violent, always vote, and trust democracy, and be good. Be good while you get enslaved and raped and beheaded. Shit, I've lost it. It will come back. Right, but the the irony, if you're unawake, or the clear reality if you're awake, and by awake I mean on the self-work enlightened journey. I don't mean awake to the government or tyrannical. That's, you know, I mean beyond that. That's actually, it's actually through the detachment of the external and going internal and becoming stoic and becoming a real man and taking responsibility and all this sort of thing, that you will actually be able to see the reality in the future that you want for you and your children. So obviously this is a very difficult subject to speak into anyway, in terms of for people to understand if they haven't met themselves. And then also I have the issue with language on YouTube. So that was very difficult. But basically, it's very hard for the ego to not want to engage externally, to fight. Obviously, I only mean fighting through voting, because that's working so well. But actually, the only way we'll really fight is by coming internal, doing the work, because one, then we can disengage from the system. We can take back our power. And also we could, if there was a surface level reaction that was needed, it would be properly organized and people would be dedicated to it. It wouldn't be from the ego, it wouldn't be from fear, it wouldn't be from reaction. It would be from like righteous fucking virtue, like the Crusades were. Ooh, what do you think about that, XT? Let's grab my coffee. Rachel's in the house. I can't give you any love hearts today, Rachel, because there's no point in talking to you about software, is there? Donation. I had a text to say I made a payment to you, Tom, through Google Play, so it was linked to my phone, like you said, panic over. And there was no panic. It was all very clear. It was always going to be fine, but you wanted to create a panic. So when did I've got a good example of this in my life. It's gone. But there was a moment today where I caught myself. Something occurred, an external event occurred, and I didn't feel any panic over it. And I recognized, like, oh, usually you create panic over this. And we create panic because it's escapism, it's so we don't meet ourselves. So I mean, this is your whole way at the moment. Drama, external, panic, which is drama. You're a drama addict, Rachel. No criticism, it's just what you are, it's just where you're at. I used to be the same. So there was no panic, there was no need to panic. Like, one, it's £10, doesn't matter. Whilst I'm very grateful for it, but it's not gonna change anyone's life whether it went through or not. Two, of course, it was gonna go through, like Google and YouTube are very established. They're not gonna, it's not gonna ever be a problem. Worst case scenario, it just doesn't go through, but it's not like it's going to have gone somewhere else, but it always goes through. So there was no panic at all. It was all a complete story, all made by you. And also to the point where, like, I know when you email me asking for my bank details for the third time, I've realized that if I write a single paragraph in the email and then put my bank details underneath it, as I have been doing, you won't see them. So in this last email, I literally just messaged back with my bank details, which to me felt very rude. But I realized that if I wrote anything to you, you wouldn't see the bank details because you can't scroll, I don't think, maybe. Or you have a story that you're unable to scroll. So I'm giving you this reflection because this is massive for you. You need to see that the panic is all self-created. It's all a massive story. It's all a massive drama over absolutely nothing. Like the most mundane, basic, non-panic situation in this world. Whilst I do appreciate technology brings up anxiety in you and you're uneasy around it, I totally appreciate that. But also there's no panic here. There should be no panic here. If there's panic here, then what you're going to do when there's a bioweapon at your door? Yeah, I mean, there's no holding of self. There's no meeting of self. There's no maturity. There's no responsibility. There is a big heart, though. And I think somebody who's leaning in enough to make all those things inevitable eventually, as in all those things I said you don't have, I think you will have them in the next 10 years if you carry on as you have done in the last 2 weeks. And it feels like I might be getting a bit over the top and over excited about you, but it feels like you're too far in to stop now, but I don't know. Because this is a very strong story. I mean, this is ridiculous. Like, you know, if you actually break this down from a logical, intellectual level, it's absolutely nonsensical. Like, panicking, like, there's no panic. There should be no panic. This should be like, click, don't think about it again. But you're addicted to panic. You're addicted to drama. It's how you've coped. It's how you've survived. So of course it's strong. It's all your neural pathways are built around panic. Oh, God, that coffee's so good. I mean, that's not very promising, is it? Demon Derek. I don't know who he is. I've never seen him before, so I don't know who's present and who's accounted for. Yeah, I mean, he's right on the tightrope straight away. Like, one negative comment from him and he's gone. Because anyone who would call himself that is very worrying. But I quite like his profile picture. I mean, if it's actually him, like that, for anyone who uses their own profile picture, that's always a good sign. He looks, well, he's old, so, you know, he shouldn't be quite so retarded. Because even like in normie world, I mean, obviously, if he's demonic and all that, and obviously we can go into such repression of self that we can show up horrendously even in old age. But really, even normies become okay as they get old because, you know, you've just got enough life experience to not do this, panic over nothing, and create drama over nothing. Oh, thank God he's 34. We don't need to worry. Now, the fact that he's not answering it tells me he probably is a bender. Also, I think with Cole, I think he's so open and just so open to experience. He probably would, like, just out of experience, want to suck a D, just to see. So I think Cole has sucked some Ds. Yeah, I'm even wondering if he does show up as a gay man. I think Cole's just not bothered. I think Cole just can't be bothered to suck or lick. But I think Cole is so open and so about discovery and not living in the minds of others and repression and repression and constriction. But just out of curiosity, he'd have sucked a D. But you're 34, so it's irrelevant, doesn't matter to me. Way past it. Okay, so far so good. Oh, right. So you've seen me on Not Today Satan. Are you watching on Not Today Satan now? And how did you see me? Did it? Right, yeah. Please give me this information. Did it come up in your feed, your homepage? Yeah. Unless something's changed in the last hour, I still don't have my followers back. But it's fine. They will come back. They'll be back in the next, I think, 24 hours. But certainly the next 4 days, they will come back. Yeah, I've got videos that I'm ready to post, but there's no point in me posting them until the followers are there. But yeah, if you could let me know if you're watching or Not Today Satan, and if it just came up organically in your feed, that would be really good to know. David would just like to say hi, and I love the life advice you give and the honesty you deliver it with. It's a rare thing to see. Oh, thanks, man. I don't really see it as advice. I see it as an offering, because advice has this energy to it, which I appreciate. Is how I've shown up most of the time, up until maybe now, and I probably still am. But I really want it to come with this energy. Like, here it is. Do you want it or not? It's up to you. I don't care. Like, I kind of care. Like, of course, I'd prefer if people did the work and we all raise the collective consciousness. That would be lovely. But there's a deep acceptance that that's not, what's happening here. So it really is just an offering, and it's up to people whether they project onto it or receive it. Right, Voidio. It's been a really interesting time for me ever since finding your channels 4 months ago to my appearance on Aaron's channel. You've been on Aaron's channel. Wow. And what did you make of that? And do you want to come on my channel? And where I'm at now, I have definitely felt some shift. Yeah, I mean, it's been a really interesting time for me. So, ever since finding my channels 4 months ago, kind of tells me that you're new to this journey. It doesn't tell me, it suggests. I'm looking for evidence, and that evidence would suggest that you're new to the spiritual journey. However, you're brave enough to go on Aaron's channel, so either you're still so of the ego that your ego was activated to do it, or you've been on this journey for quite a while. But then the fact that you thought that going on Aaron's channel was worthwhile, I mean, definitely worthwhile in terms of facing your fear and being seen and all that, but Aaron, not worthwhile, tells me that you're not that far. It's a difficult one. I'd like some more information. I want to know more about you. Very interesting. But what is for sure is that it's happening for you. This is your time. I imagine you're kind of dark night of a souling / becoming aligned and empowered. That transition stage. Tell me how accurate that is. Tell me more about your appearance with Aaron. How long ago? Because I might have seen it. If it was more than 2 months ago or 3 months ago, whenever I saw him for what he is. Before I stopped watching his content, I've probably seen you. I think Aaron is shocking about having people on his channel. I think it's just an ego fest. He's in competition with them. He's trying to prove that he's better than them. He speaks over them. Like the worst one I ever saw was, what's that cool guy called that sent me some money? Oh, he joined the men's group and then I refunded him because I didn't do it in the end. There was a guy he's had on twice. And when I watched the first one with him, like the guy didn't get a word in. Like Aaron just spoke over him and was like, "This is my book. Why don't you read my book?" I'm just disgusting. Rico or something like that. What's his name? It's so on the edge of my tongue. But then he came back and did a second one, which really surprised me. Like I thought the guy that went on the channel would have seen how awful it was and seen how disrespected he was. But he came back for more, and apparently he sent money to Aaron, so he obviously was very happy with it. But I was very shocked to see that. I almost messaged him because I've got him on my WhatsApp because of the men's group. I almost messaged him after that first one saying like, bro, like that was crazy. Like, how do you feel that went? Like, that was so bad. He didn't give you didn't speak, and that's not your fault. Like, he just spoke over you and didn't even ask you any questions. And he'd been building up. So this guy was one of the first ones to do a live stream with Aaron. I think he's got a few more people now. But he'd been saying for ages like how much he wanted people to do it and how he's not going to bite the heads off and all this. And then he finally got someone. He was one of the first. I think he was the first one after me. Yeah, he was the second one. And and he just spoke over him. He wasn't even speaking over him. He just didn't give him any opportunity to speak. And he just like told him how amazing he was. It was mad. So I assumed that guy would have seen it for what it was, but he seemed to think it was all right. Yeah, so this is true. YouTube take 30% of super chats. So yeah, if you're just wanting to give, then it's much better on PayPal. That's 100% for me. Buy me a coffee and Patreon on 90% for me. However, it doesn't help for the live stream. So I actually think I've come to a place where I think it's worth it. I think it's just as valuable to donate on here as it is to donate on any of the others. Because yes, I get a bit less financially, but I can't live stream without super chats. Like, I just can't do it. Unless you were to send it or buy me a coffee or PayPal and then put into the chat that that's what you've done, but it's not as cool, it's not as fun, it's not as obvious, it's not as easy. So I'm all for people super chatting, even though the J's take 30%. Oh God, so he's maybe not demonic, but very insecure. Like, this is Sophie energy. Why am I not seeing all these chats? Have I pissed everyone off? Lol. But I'll tell you why in a minute on a practical level, but also much more interestingly, you know, this jump to have I pissed everyone off, that says so much about you. Like, that says that's how you show up in life. You know, in the minds of others, in fear, in wanting to impress others, in caring what others think, in thinking that others reflect, others' opinions are matter. Right, the reason you're not seeing it, mate, is because you're watching on Not Today Satan. So what you see there on the screen is the streaming platform I'm using is putting all 3 of my channels together, all the comments from all 3 of my channels. I'm currently streaming on 3 channels, and it's putting them all together. But obviously, you're just going to see the channel you're watching on. So I think you're probably the only person watching on Not Today Satan because it's only got 33 subscribers. So you're not going to see any chat. If you want to see chat, you want to watch on English Refugee or Tom Greater X. I think English Refugee is the most interactive. He's worked it out. Oh, hey, I found everyone. Good morning, Tom. I'm starting to quite like you, Derek, but why have you got demon in your name? Oh, God. Right and wrong, left and right, black and white, dualistic. Let me tell you from my conditioned, retarded place where I've not gone internal, I've not met myself, and I'm completely in duality. Let me tell you, show some respect. No, he wasn't right. There was no right and wrong. There was no such thing as right and wrong. It was just learning. I mean, he was clearly wrong, and I was clearly wrong. Like, what are you talking about? How can you say he was right? There was a hole in the wall that he was denying. That's not right. So again, you just want to shame me because you live in shame. And it's easier for you to shame me than it is to accept that you're a spaz. Accept you're a spaz and do the work and don't be a spaz. Simple. Oh, it's not simple, but which is why you'll just carry on being a spaz. Oh, I am not sure. I think I give him money and not think they take it, but I don't know. Tom may know. So I think this might be about the YouTube percentage. YouTube is definitely 30%. Voidio, can you please just get over it? Can you please just get it over with and call me a pleb so that I can practice not getting triggered? Okay, well, for that purpose, you effing pleb. Fantastic. See, Voidio totally gets it. Voidio totally gets it. Let's really call Voidio some more. It's hard, man, because I really like Voidio. Voidio, you're just an office-working, spactard, LED light-loving, demonic phallus-sucking retard. Oh, God, Sean needs to go, man. He's so pathetic. What a pathetic twat. Okay. Yeah, I get this a lot. I could see you doing stand-up comedy bits where you bring someone on and then break them down psychologically. Yeah, that could work. With a few get the fuck off my stage moments, popcorn. Yeah, I'd love that, mate. I'd love that. I'd love that. I'd love that. But how many people are going to be up for coming on stage and getting broken down psychologically? That, mate, that lights me up. Because that's like adding me into it rather than just like, I'm a comedian, I'm going to not learn some jokes. It's not about regurgitating. It's very authentic and real and very, I'll use the word talented, even though talent doesn't really exist. But, you know, it's a very high skill. It's fantastic. Comedy is, I mean, humor is so high vibrational. But yeah, maybe this is the block. Maybe it's because I've only been able to imagine it from like the normal way, you know, the standard way a comedian works, telling jokes. But actually, now that has come up for me like, oh no, mine would have to be very interactive with the audience, i.e. ripping into the audience. So that's come up before, but this is like another level on that. Yeah, that could really work. But then you've got to have a pretty conscious audience to be up for that. And then if they're conscious, you can't really rip them apart. Oh, you probably can. No, you probably can. Yeah, I really like that, mate. I'd be really up for that. Right, I'm going to end the stream in 13 minutes if no one else donates. Football is the opium of the masses. My inner pleb responds to it with dopamine hits, but my higher self knows better. Oh, I really like your video. I really relate. Now, I agree. However, can the higher self be less judgmental? Can the higher self be more loving? Can the higher self acknowledge that whilst you are the ethereal cosmic being, you are also in a human flesh suit? Can the higher self not judge the human flesh suit? Can the higher self love the human flesh suit? Because the higher self is you. You are both. You are all. But you're also that plant behind me. You're also me. So the higher self isn't outside of you. It's part of you, and that is transforming as well. The higher self, you know, I don't really like the term anymore because it is separation. It's a good stepping stone, and it's inevitable. Like, everyone has to use this terminology to get to oneness. But it's still separation. You're still separating your flesh body from your higher self, from God. It's all one. So this is why the higher self shows up with judgment, because it's not really the higher self, it's your spiritual ego. So your spiritual ego has taken the position of higher self to stay alive, as in for the ego to stay alive, for the ego to stay in control. It's now the higher self. So this is awake and brave. This is, you know, the awake and brave, high functioning ego, spiritual ego. The ego has become the higher self. And that's fine from the ego's point of view. As long as it's got you, it doesn't matter. So I'm not saying you're completely the ego. This is certainly not a criticism. I'm almost certain you all know that. But this is how the higher self first shows up as the ego, the spiritual ego, dressing itself up as the higher self. And therefore it comes with judgment. So your higher self, your ego, your very clever, very tricky, very wise ego that is now using spiritual concepts to trick you, is judging you for something that brings you some relief, something that brings you some peace. And admittedly, there is a part of you, you know, it's probably that egoic higher self, but it could also be a godly higher self, that knows that really peace and presence actually comes through nature and stillness, like true peace and presence. But you're not ready for that. You know, you're still getting it from football like I can. But you're shaming it. There should be no shame. Because also the shame comes from a part of you that doesn't believe you're going to transform. You know, once you know that transformation is inevitable, once you put awareness to something, transformation is inevitable. It's just a question of time based on how much you're leaning in. But once there's your level of awareness and stuff, I know you're leaning in. I know that you're at the stage, or you've been at the stage for quite a while, where this is the only thing that matters to you. You know, okay, you have to earn a bit of money to put food on the table, but you're not, you know, you're not seeking a Ferrari. You know, the only thing that's worth any value in this life is the work. Thank you so much. Is that Rachel? So let me know how that all lands. I think you'll resonate with it. I think you'll know that there's no criticism there. It's me speaking to an inevitable stage of a journey that I've only just moved past, awful language, deepened through recently myself. But yeah, there should be no judgment around watching football, because if you just do it and allow it without any shame or judgment, if it's not meant to be part of your life, it will just fall away. And I imagine that is the case. I imagine it's probably not meant to be part of your life for where you're going, but right now, why not? Rachel, you are wrong about me. I always keep calm in situations. No, I'm dead right. You used the word panic. You used the word panic, so I used the word that you used. Okay, you might not be running around the house going, "Has Tom Tom got my £10, has Tom got my £10? But internally you're panicking. It shows up in your comment, you use the word yourself, so don't deny it. You know, surrender. Surrender to your own words. I always keep calm in situations where others panic, Tom. It's just a turn of phrase. Yeah, no. You're not seeing the deep layers, obviously, because you can't see, because you haven't met yourself. So this stuff, it comes from the inside. It's not just a turn of phrase. Every word you use, just like me using the R word, is a reflection of self. So this is just a lack of understanding in you, Rachel. It's not that what I say is wrong. How dare you tell me I'm wrong? Like, it's literally like, you know, there's not enough camera screen to show the gap between us, the wisdom gap, the enlightenment gap. How dare you? And that's not me being insulted. That's like me being like, how dare you delude yourself? How dare you lie to yourself like that? How dare you do that to yourself? Like, so egoic, so desperate, so determined to be right, that you will think that I could say something about your comment where I literally use the words of your comment and you tell me I'm wrong. This is why you're retarded, Rachel. I'm not a drama queen and I keep away from it. Totally disagree. Thanks for the £10. I think you're a massive drama queen. I think you live in high anxiety, high panic, because you're so scared of meeting yourself. You don't even know what meeting yourself means. Like you don't even have an intellectual concept of it, let alone anywhere near doing it. Caluso, from my perspective, right. So this is Dole. This is interesting. Like that he's acknowledging that it's only his perspective. I'm using this handout. I've worked my entire life until last year. I am prepared to go and live in a tent when, yeah, great. Yeah, great. They will get you though, because they'll tell you you can't have your handout unless you live in a 15-minute city. Very obvious, very, very easy. So they will get you. You cannot be empowered, free, and stoic, responsible. There's a better word that I'm missing. Like, let's just chuck a line in there. You cannot be doing all that if you're living off handouts from states. You just can't. It can be part of the process. It can be part of the journey. It can support you while you're deepening. But if you think that that's your life plan, nah. You're going to have to live in a 15-minute city to receive the handouts, obviously. Voidio, I'm not saying it can't, and it does. That's all fit, but it's don't know the context. Caluso, trains every day, gymnastics, stretching, makes this human body as tough as I can make it before the AI resistance. Yes, you're still very external, actually. We must prepare for worst possible outcome. 2030 is on the horizon. Oh, wow, yeah, you're more external than I expected, just more in the fear than I thought. However, you know, you're right, and it's good to do those things, but you're making it your whole reality. Like, there's so much more to life. And actually, if you became embodied and learned to trust and were enlightened, all of that would go away and it wouldn't matter. But I appreciate from your perspective, that's very real and a very obvious way to react to it. And it's also correct from that perspective. So third density. But if you were to move into fourth and fifth density, which I'm pretty sure you've experienced and will be flowing between, all of that is fear. All right, so the demon potentially isn't a demon. He knows Lee is awesome, so that's a good sign. Nice. A nice chap. Okay. Is that the best adjective you can find for Lee? So the reason I pick up on this is because the word nice is like proper normie word. You know, it doesn't mean anything. There's so many wonderful words that can be used to be expressive. So this comes for me, when I was using the word nice, it came from a very repressed version of myself. A very like not wanting to, do I need to use the words or is that enough? Not wanting to, yeah, just say anything that's out of the narrow bandwidth. So it never really happened for me, obviously, because I've never been of a narrow bandwidth. But yeah, nice. Like to describe Lee as nice, which he is nice, you are right. And, you know, I appreciate your sentiments, but, you know, is he not wonderful? Is he not fantabulous? Is he not absolutely spiffing? Yeah, I mean, Lee, so Cole, I think Lee is great for you, Tom. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Lee is the representation of the last 10 years, is what I've been working towards. Like, it's not a coincidence. You know, obviously, when the pupil is ready, the teacher will appear, and I've not been ready for Lee until very recently. Because Lee is the real deal. Like, he's the real deal. There's no hiding with Lee. So he's very nice, he's very compassionate, he's very loving, but you can't be around Lee unless you're fully willing to be fully exposed. And he does it in a very nice, compassionate, nice, as if I'm using that word. He does it in a very loving, compassionate way. But not many people are ready to meet themselves. So if you're wearing any masks, you won't want to hang around Lee. So obviously my mask went a long time ago. Lee, yeah, I mean, it's just perfectly aligned. It's just totally meant to be. And both in terms of, I know I'm not using it right now, but like what he's doing for me technologically, OBS-wise, YouTube-wise, what he's doing for me spiritually. Sorry, I just need to acknowledge as well. Yeah, so thank you for this 10, Rachel. And that takes us, I guess that takes us to 2.5 hours. If you want it to go past 2.5 hours, then I need to up my rates. That should really be 15 minutes, but no, let's stick with half an hour. 2.5 hours. If you want to see it go past that, then chuck more money in. What else is Cole saying? Oh, I don't know about super chats. I don't have the cash to do that. Yeah, don't worry, Cole. You contribute more than enough just with commenting, and also you're a Patreon and a YouTube member. Like, so this is obviously totally hypothetical. There's no expectation here. If everybody joined as a member, then there'd be no need for super chats. So you're doing more than your bit, brother. Don't be throwing any money in. What's the tosser saying? Only Saint Mohammed, only Saint Momo can get universal credit as the future, as Allah will provide. Oh my God, tosser, you're so good. You're such a Herman the tosser. I love you. So true, yeah. Like, how's that going to work with Sharia law, Caluso? Projection is inevitable. Voidio is saying projection is annoying. Yeah, it is annoying. It's frustrating and boring, but we all do it. So there's no point judging it. I still do it. I think Lee is possibly the only person I've met that doesn't. So it's just an inevitable part of the current human condition. So try not to get annoyed by it, and just see it for what it is. And once you can see through it, once your own projection doesn't control you, then you can see everyone else's. No, I'm a disappointment to the gays. So XT says that I'm not a proper gay. Yeah, I'm a crap gay. I really don't like gays. I don't like anything about gayness other than dick and six packs. And those lines here, oh God, I love those. And like when someone's got a really good crew cut and it's all short here, I like licking that bit. I also like stubble, so that's all quite gay. But I don't actually like gays. I don't like being part of gayness. Yeah, I always hated the scene. I always hated Pride. When I went on the scene, I was like, I'm not one of you. I'm in a Stone Island jacket. Fuck off. Unless you're super hot and twinky, then I'll speak to you. Could the flowers be a symbolic external reminder you are holding on to hope and returning them back to its regenerative action? No, I don't think so. I think they're just the inevitable, the inevitable external reflecting of the internal. Like, once your internal starts becoming beautiful, of course you're going to want flowers around you. I don't think there's any hope in me. I don't need hope. I just trust and surrender. Like, what am I hoping for? Some 3D stuff? For what? For the bioweapons to go back? For us to have, for the government to fall? Like, yeah, okay, I can connect with that. I can connect with a part of me that still thinks the third dimension matters. But no, I'm way past that. Like, I don't hope for anything. I just know that everything is what it's meant to be. I know that when I die, I will go to wherever I'm supposed to go to, and that I'm doing the most I possibly can to influence that without being fearful. Like, it used to come from a fearful place. It used to come from, oh God, I don't want to come back here. I've got to become enlightened, so I don't come back here. No, I'm fine with coming back here. It's beautiful. I love it. I'll just go wherever I'm meant to go, and there's not really anything I can do other than leaning in as much as possible. But also, even that's predestined. I mean, I'm not saying this with any certainty, this predestined bit, but you know, you get to a point where you realize that the die is already cast, the dharma is already set, the path is already there, it's pathed. That you don't really have much say or choice in this. But everything's love and everything's beautiful. Even like, so I'm at the point where I can see the demons, let's just say Keir Starmer or demons in the chat, they're all working for the light as well. It's all consciousness playing out. Because how would we have an awakening? How would we return to self, to oneness, to consciousness? But, you know, from an individual perspective, how would individuals have an awakening if there was no darkness? What's going to wake you up? It's all in service. It's all beautiful. So no, there's no hope. I don't even know what I'd hope for. Obviously, material stuff doesn't matter to me. So there's no hope about money or anything like that. So that used to be a big one for me. Like, I hope I will be a millionaire, or I hope I will be able to buy an island, or, you know, which obviously all just came again from living in the minds of others and essentially love addiction. Like, because basically I thought that would mean that somebody might love me, because I didn't love myself and thought that somebody else's love mattered. So yeah, I can't even connect with hope, because I don't know what I'd be hoping for. There's nothing to hope for. Like, all you need to do is surrender and be, and everything's beautiful. XT, don't have any kids, but for the good of the future, I'm so concerned about the bees and now the swans, pigeons, and seagulls, goats that are not safe. So yeah, so I think that all the animals he's mentioned there, except for bees, is because of the bioweapons and the fact that they eat everything and destroy everything and have no respect for themselves, life, or sanctity of life, or beauty, or nature, or no even concept of it. Like, it's just not a thing. Like, for them to look at a swan and not see food is absolutely ridiculous. Like, they have no concept for it. Was it Richard before? Someone did a really good breakdown on the social contract. Oh yeah, I can't do it justice. It was Richard before. He did a really good video on liberalism, social contract. So basically, our social contract is I really can't do this justice. But it's basically, you know, don't be a dick. And it's worked. Yeah, he did a really good job on this, where he basically said, but we've basically given power to what we call the government based on this social contract, which obviously they've totally betrayed. But also, that social contract, more importantly, is based on European values. So it's based on people being able to control themselves. It's based on, so it's based on the liberal idea that all humans are the same, and if they're put in a system, they will be able to respect it and work in it, basically. He words it way better than that, because this is his thing. This isn't my thing. I'm not interested in this anymore. But he points out that the beasts of the land don't have that social contract. So then you put them into our system and people expect them to adhere to a social contract, but they don't know the social contracts and they've no concept for it. And he really brings noise in. He does a really good job with, so for example, like, they live. So when you see an Indian on the street and they're always on their phone, they're always on their speakerphone, and the beasts of the land as well, but particularly Indians, they live in constant noise. Now you think about how they live at home, there's no social contract there, as in respect for silence and peace. So they live in multi-generations, 12 people in a house, constant noise, constant chaos. And then they come out in public and we expect them to not live in constant noise and chaos. Well, they don't even have that at home. They've never experienced it in their life. They don't even have a concept for it. So of course, when they're in public, they're like, yeah, nah. And of course, when they see a swan, they're going to eat it. And of course, they're just going to throw litter and fly tip. They have no other framing. Like it's all they know. So again, similar to the last answer, I can understand this fear, and it is real from your perspective, but it's not a fear that I hold. However, the bees, I could still get into that story. I could still get into that external panic. Panic's the wrong word. I could still notice an external concern over the bees. And the reason I frame it like that is because I don't really get concerned about anything in the external now, because I just trust that it's all happening for, it's just happening. And you get to a point of acceptance in this journey. Acceptance is a key part, like courage, trust, acceptance, surrender, for me, are the four main words that are going to bring you to any sort of depth within oneself, what people might refer to as enlightenment. Acceptance. So yeah, you get to a point where you stop trying to control the external so much. You could say detach from the external so much, but you just accept the external is what it is. And also, you know that the only way of changing the external is an individual journey of coming in here, and that needs to be done en masse. So you do your bit, and then you get to a point where you even offer it to others. So there's not much more you can do, and that's the only thing you can do, much more than voting or fighting back, because this is fighting back. This is the real fight. And this is why everything is set up to distract you from this. Everything is designed to keep you out here. The last thing they want is you doing this. They want you to just Jim Dandy your way through life, totally in the external, to not even have a concept of the internal. They want you to be as stupid as Jim Dandy. So even if you're intellectually high IQ, it's very stupid. So I can understand and appreciate your fears around this, but they don't really exist for me. Again, very recent. It was only a few weeks ago I was on X getting very angry about people. I mean, if I saw a video of an invader breaking a swan's neck or any animal, any bird's neck, I would definitely notice a part of me that feels angry about it. But I don't think I'd react to it. And this is linked to my anger problem. The deep lessons that were revealed to me recently through an external anger, a situation playing out with 3 different people. And then the subsequent reflections that Lee has given me on it. And obviously my openness to change. This is a result of that. The way I'm speaking now is a result of that. Before that, I would have answered that question very differently. I'd have got more into your energy over it, more into the how dare they, which is very justifiable and very understandable. And like I say, was the way I was showing up 2 weeks ago. But it seems that this journey I've been on with my anger has really shifted that, which I didn't know until your comment and my response to it, so thanks for that. There are some politically awake people who are so far from being enlightened and spiritually awakened people who seem extremely asleep politically. So the first part I totally agree with, absolutely. I mean to even put it in the same sentence, because the two are opposites. So, the steps. So the political awakening is the step before the real awakening. So there are some politically awakened people that are so there's a lot of people that have realized, but they're still not politically awakened because they're going to be reform or stuff. Real political awakening is stepping away from politics and never taking any part in it whatsoever, other than to tell people it's all bollocks, even Rupert though. But I think you're coming from people moving right wing. You think that's awakened. It's not. It's still part of the trap. 2 wings of the same bird. So I think you're quite far from being enlightened as well, to be honest with you. I think you're definitely on the journey. I do think it's inevitable for you. The word enlightenment is stupid. I do think depth and meeting of self is inevitable for you, and you're already doing it for sure. But you're still very surface level, which the first part of that comment shows. And then spiritually awakened people who seem extremely asleep politically, well, they're not spiritually awakened. They're what you think is spiritually awakened, which is love and light. They haven't met themselves. They haven't done the work, which is, you know, this is the edge of the cliff for you, your edge, where you're currently walking. So your edge, what you haven't perceived past yet. This is your experience. This is your edge. This is your future. This is beyond your perception currently, but you're constantly doing this. Your edge is really meeting yourself. It is really awakening. You're still judging awakening based on external things. That's not awakening. It's the start of it. You're doing really well. You're way past most people. End game. What is your end game? I don't have one. I trust and surrender, and I try to. I trust and surrender, and I am learning to be present and in the moment. So end game is of the future. End game is living in the future. I don't do that. It's Arcadian. You're Arcadian. Why do you have such? I just don't understand you, Arcadian. I don't understand you at all, Arcadian stacker. I don't understand you at all. I find you quite amusing. I quite like you. I mean, I don't like you because you don't know who you are, and you're a clown. You're constantly being all these different things because you think it's funny and impressive, and it kind of is as a commenter. But I would hate to meet you. I would hate to spend any time with you. Like, you're not aligned. You're not stoic. You don't know who you are. I think you're a clown. But as a commenter, I quite like you. Cole, he's sucked the D. Yeah. I've been with both, yes, and happy to know I am too old. Mixing friendships can ruin things. Yeah, absolutely. Never suck your friend's D. I agree, Cole. I agree. But if you come to say me, I'll give you a suck. Unless you're fat. No, I can just see he can't read jokes very well. Maybe there's a little bit of truth in that, but also I just see it for what it is. Like, I don't see crap humor as funny. Although your humor can be quite good sometimes as well, but it all comes from just being completely lost. Kyle, I like Kyle. Tom, I love you. That's why I like Kyle. Yeah, thanks for all your support, Kyle. You've been a long-term supportive commenter, man. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you do. Kyle is saying he had to resubscribe to Not Today Satan today. So I'm expecting you to all be automatically resubscribed. This is the third time I've hidden my channel, and every time, after about 3 days, everyone gets resubscribed automatically. However, we're now on day 4, so maybe there's a glitch, maybe there's a problem, maybe it's not going to happen, maybe Not Today Satan is over. So here's the question. If the subscribers don't come back, do I try again? Or obviously not. Like, obviously that would be the universe or myself saying to me, this isn't for you anymore. And I would obviously have to accept that and move on. But my ego really wants it to come back. My ego really wants to keep doing it. But maybe I'm not meant to. We'll see. We'll see what I decide, as in consciousness decides. Cool. Yeah, just more Not Today Satan stuff. We've established that. My main channel is Arcadian Stacker. Yeah, okay. Tom called me a demon, so I was signing Derek. Oh, okay, this is funny. When I made the channel, I wouldn't let it use the emoji. Just trying to put it. Okay, that is really funny, Arcadian. I like it. I do appreciate your humor. It does come from this like clown show, this lack of knowing, this lack of depth. But it is funny. You're very welcome here. You're very appreciated here, actually. Derek's chat, so this is Arcadian Stacker. or talking about Arcade and Stacker. Derek's chats have all appeared to me. There's 2 dots with lines along the phones, and I got 3 options to click. Okay, I think that's more to the chat. So what did I say I'd do? Oh, Rachel took us to 2.5 hours, didn't she? So yeah, we've got 15 minutes for more money throwing at Tom. Yeah, all right, I tried to sort this, mate. You're not on it. You're not on it. So I don't know why you're blocked. You're not on my blocked list. I did look at this. I did search for your name. You're not on it. So there's no reason why you should be blocked. I mean, I'll look again because there's a lot of names on there. But no, I mean, I did it properly. I wasn't totally mashed. You're not on it. Awesome, Kyle. That's the name of the game. Why do I create this content? I create content to survive. I create content to make money. But it's also a deep purpose for me. What I found is the more one meets themselves, the more one deepens, the more one trusts, the more one's external reflects that, the more aligned one's external becomes. And the more you just, because the trust allows you to only focus on your purpose, or let's just say what's good, what's aligned. Because you trust. And and also the whole journey, like, this is the thing this is why it's so important for you to experience it, and you'll never be able to perceive it without experiencing it, because let's just use the word universe. God, the universe supports it and gives you the evidence as you do it. So you start to see, and it also gives you the lessons as you don't do it. So you start to see that whenever you follow purpose over material, over ego, over friction on the D, you get rewarded. And it's not like, oh, man on the cloud rewarding you. It's symbiology, it's synchronicity, it's obviously the universe or the external shifts based on your vibration, like it's science. It's not like woo-woo man on a cloud has rewarded you. It's scientific, it's obvious. But it's only obvious once you've experienced it. For the mind, it's very complicated because the mind is retarded. It's been, attacked and conditioned. Yeah, right. So the two things are totally entwined. Like, yes, of course I need to make money, but also I will only ever make money from my purpose, because I've experienced enough and learned to trust enough and had the evidence provided to me more than enough, that that's how this shit works. So of course, there's a part of me intellectually that can acknowledge that I could make more money as a YouTuber if I just sold out and didn't say anything controversial and just entertain people with my intellect and my showmanship. But I can't do that. I can appreciate it's possible. I can appreciate there's a version of Tom that it would be possible for, a very repressed, scared, fearful one that still lives in second and third dimension and material, and only knows material wealth rather than the true wealth of wisdom, depth, and peace. So that's why I do YouTube. I do YouTube because it's the most aligned way for all of those things to happen, for me to earn some shekels, for me to be relatively free, to have lots of time to just be, or to experience being, and more actually to experience everything I do to avoid being, because that's how it will start. You're not just going to be, you're not just going to, you're going to experience every crazy thought, every indoctrination, every repression, every coping mechanism that you've ever tried, that you've ever used unconsciously. You're going to start experiencing it consciously. So that's where I'm at. I'm not being, I'm not meditating all day. there's a lot more of that coming in. There's a lot more slowness. So I'm really just starting to see like, oh, thank you, Rachel. I'm starting to see a slowing, a presence, a more love. So, for example, the way I now dry myself after a shower is very slow, whereas before it would like that, that'll do. You know, because I didn't have any self-worth. And then the other day I put some tea tree oil on my verruca and I did it in that, that'll do energy. And it ran down onto my skin and inflamed my skin, and now I can't walk. Whereas if I had done it with some self-worth, with some love, with some presence, I would have obviously got a cotton pad right next to the verruca, put the tea tree oil on, and then it all gone into a cotton pad. So it's these subtle noticings that will occur as you deepen. But what you're actually noticing is your repression. You're not, it's not like, you know, people assume and project that the love and that the enlightenment journey is like, oh, and it just happens like that because that's all they know. They only know black and white. You know, they don't know the spectrum. They don't know the journey. I mean, so that's how the spiritual ego first shows up, as a love and lighter. You know, like where, you know, I'm a man, I'm manifest, I'm beautiful, I'm a divine feminine, but you still believe in feminism. You know, like just total retardation. Love and light. So that was a very long-winded, you didn't even ask a question, but you still got 10 minutes of whatever that was. Wisdom. You got 10 minutes of wisdom. I'm really delighted for you, Kyle. I'm really delighted that you're receiving. Obviously, my ego likes it. Obviously, my ego feels good about it. I was going to say, but also the soul part of me likes it. But I don't know if that's true. I think for the soul part, it doesn't really matter. The soul part just knows that, you know, it's all unfolding as it should, and people will take whatever they're ready to take from it. And it doesn't really make any difference to me. I think it's the ego part. I could be wrong about that. I don't know about that. Maybe the soul, maybe I'm a bodhisattva, like that's starting to come up for me, but very spiritual ego. But, you know, maybe I'm a bodhisattva, sorry. You know, maybe I have literally come here to do this for people, or to take people to a point where they can do this for themselves. So maybe it is, maybe it lights up my soul. I think it probably does, actually, thinking about it more. But definitely the ego loves it. And I feel like it's what I'm here to do. Obviously, there's all the nuances I just spoke into, but ultimately, this is what I'm here to do. So I'm really, really delighted you're receiving it, Kyle. Good on you, brother. Rachel. First of all, thank you, Rachel. You know, I was very wary of internet banking. No panic now. Yes, but there was panic, and there still is panic, because you literally wrote, you know, you're lying to yourself. You literally wrote in this chat tonight, you used the word panic, and that doesn't show up for no reason, Rachel. Sorry. I will stop doing that soon, but right now I just need to do it. It's the only way I can cope with reading stuff like this. So you literally use, like, please, for your sake, it makes no difference to me. I don't care. But please, for you, start acknowledging that, particularly when it's in writing. But when you say something, it's not coming from nowhere. It's you. It's a reflection of you. You don't use words for no reason. And you definitely don't write them down for no reason. Just had to get over my technophobe and learn, which I have. Thanks for you for giving me a push, big love. Yeah, totally. Like, you're doing it. But I'm just trying to make it a bit faster and easier for you by pointing out the clear blind spots and the clear repression that exists in you and everyone, including me. And the blindness to that, the current blindness to that, not the inevitable long-term blindness. For me, actually, it's inevitable that you're going to start seeing quite, maybe not quite soon, but, you know, in the future. But right now, there's a lot of blind spots. And I say that with love, and I say that to help you. And as you said in your email, I can't offend you. So I will keep giving you strong reflections, because I think That's the best way to serve you, because ultimately that is all I'm trying to do here, serve you. Now, admittedly, sometimes when I get triggered, I don't do that, but the people that trigger me, so normies, haters, projectors, they can't be helped anyway. They don't want help. So it doesn't really matter. So the only reason that matters is for my own journey and the man I'm becoming, and so that I can really serve people like you, Rachel, and people like Kyle and maybe Caluso. You know, so I can use the normies, the haters, as teachers to become more stoic and more aligned and less reactive to external nonsense, so that I can really just focus on those that deserve the focus. So yeah, they're all, I don't know what I was saying, something along the lines of I can learn from everyone and everyone's a teacher, but not always for good reasons, like Sophie. Oh my God, that woman was, and I really don't want to talk about her, but I also really want to talk about her. Like, I really want to read these emails. I really want to rip apart all her comments, but there's just no point, because the reason I want to do that is to help her, and she cannot be helped, so there's no point. More years on condescending to people. If you're enlightened, you should, oh my God, what a pleb. What a dualistic, black and white pleb with no experience whatsoever. So they have nothing to add to this chat. Let's get them banned. Just awful. Like, that is the worst for me. That's even worse than like, you gay, like just name calling. Like, just the lack of awareness in that comment, and the telling me what to do. The you know, the duality in it, the black and white in it, the playing out all they've ever known, which is learning from authority and being told what to do by authority. So that's the only way they know how to show up. So they think that they can tell me what to do. And that's even, let's say we were on the same level, that would be ridiculous. But the fact that we're miles apart, like lifetimes apart, and they come on like this and judge a green plan because they've been conditioned into not, and they're so scared of meeting themselves and feeling anything that they would never use an external substance that changes your whole perception on life, because they're so scared of what's beyond this. Literally like walking around like that, energetically. And then they come and tell me what to do. So the guy that's created a beautiful existence and clearly has quite a lot of enlightenment, quite a lot of enlightenment, what an unenlightened thing to say, has clearly met himself and is very deep. Can I explain 2030 a little more, Tom? I mean, I would suggest that if you want that, then there's people who can do it much better, because they still they still have an attachment to it. Or they have more of an attachment to it than I do. So, for example, A Call for an Uprising is an amazing channel for the third dimension. He speaks into it all, the best that I've come across. Him and a guy called Fittest Flat Earther are the best for the third dimension, the breakdown of the third dimension. So my understanding of it is, I'll just briefly speak into it, but it's not going to be very in depth. Is that basically their goal is a one world government. Obviously, the further the power gets from the people, the less control the people have. So when we lived in communities of 100 people and we had an elder, a leader, well, the other 99 people had a big say. And the elder was very close, the leader was very close to those people. So if those people decided that the leader wasn't serving them anymore and he wouldn't step down nicely, well, what would happen? They'd kill him. So there had to be, his decisions had to be very based on, very correlated with what the people wanted. Otherwise, they'd take him out. Then we moved to, so from tribes, then we moved to like farming and communities, and you might have a baron of the land. So then you had the peasants and the baron of the land, and there was a bit more separation there, but still, the peasants could revolt and take out the baron. And then it got to like country obviously there's stages in between this, but I'm not going to spend hours on it. Then it got to country and kings, and the people don't really have much say there, but they're still, basically it's just a question of like how vulnerable are the people in control. So a king is still pretty vulnerable. Like if enough people revolt, it's over for the king, and we saw that many times in history. So a few more stages, obviously governments in there, then you get to European Union. How much say do you think you have with Ursula von whatever she's called, with the European Union? I mean, they're not even elected officials, so you have no say whatsoever. And also, clearly, they don't care what you think, and they are actively working against you. And there seems to be, on a 3D level, nothing you can do about it. Well, so that's that. But even with that, they still have to have this pretense of democracy. They still can't just come out and tell us that we're slaves and they're energy harvesting our louche, our fear. They still can't, or let me dumb that down a bit just to make it very easy. They still can't tell us that democracy doesn't exist and there's a small group of people controlling the world and we have no power. Because at this stage, if they told us that, we'd revolt and we'd get rid of them. However, once they've got a one world government, it's over. Once there's no other options, once there's only this one way that we can follow, and once they can switch us off through our digital ID, they can switch off your digital currency. And once you get to a point where like China was at with Mao, and maybe still at now, but definitely was at with Mao, where if anybody, or the Soviet Union is a great example, if anybody said, this person is against the state, that person would be killed. So you couldn't say anything truthful to your neighbors. You couldn't even say anything truthful in front of your children. In front of your children, you had to pretend you loved the state. And and I used to be like, well, how would children ever adopt their parents in? But just look at what's happening in England now with the blue-haired 18-year-olds, how much they hate their parents, how much they want to end their parents in many cases, how they would happily turn their parents in for being a far-right Nazi. So in Mao times, in Soviet times, people couldn't even be honest with their children. And by honest, I mean they had to actively pretend that they supported the state. So that's what they want. So once you've got a one world government and there's no other option. So right now, the government in England, yes, they're very tyrannical, but the good people will leave. So so there still has to be this balance. But once there's a one world government and they can literally switch you on and off and tell you where you have to be and when you can leave and when you can't leave, which will basically, you can never leave. This little 15-minute patch that we've created for you, where you're surveilled. And if you do leave, then you're on your own. So I think this is what will end up happening. I think we will end up with two societies, a new Earth, you might want to call it, a new Earth and an old Earth, but they will exist in tandem. And it might get to a point where we can't even see the old Earth, but I'm not sure. So there will be people who are making moves now to become self-sufficient or out of the areas of extreme tyranny, like I would suggest Cambodia, but who knows what will happen here once this comes into effect. There are people who are preparing for it, both mentally, physically, and spiritually, who will not get caught up in this, but in general, everyone else will. So, to answer your question, it's about taking power away from the people. And you do that ultimately with a one world government, because then there's no, the people can't, there's no other option. And when it gets to a point where they've got so much power, which it will as soon as they establish it, because they'll already have done digital IDs and digital currency by then. And also, you've got Rupert Lowe, their new puppet, calling for death penalties. You've got Lotus Eaters, their alternative media, calling for death penalties. So the people themselves are going to give them the power to offers. So what do you think is going to happen if you speak out? They're going to off you. Because you've given them that power. So 2030 is essentially a one world government where, and that's where they will reveal themselves. Once they've got that in place, it will be like the Wizard of Oz, where the guy behind the screen gets revealed. And it'll be like Will Daws the Witches when they take off the masks. You know, it'll be that moment where they're like, "This is what we are." Simpsons have predicted it as well, haven't they? They've predicted Homer gets onto a stage and there's two politicians and he pulls the masks off them and they're aliens or reptilians underneath. So it's been shown to us many times. So yeah, 2030 will be the great revealing, the great unveiling, them no longer pretending. From the perspective that you're coming from, i.e. it's going to be negative and they're going to win. There is also obviously the other side where their plans don't come to fruition and there's a mass awakening and everything gets a lot more beautiful. But I'm pretty sure that we're going to have to see collapse for that to happen because people just aren't ready. People are still putting their faith in Rupert Lowe, or even Nigel Farage, you know, it's just ridiculous. Tommy Robinson, like, what chance have we got when people are still supporting Tommy Robinson after he said that Muslims and Jays are welcome here and that everyone's welcome here, basically, and that he's happy for it to be Sharia law by 2050. He hasn't said those words, but that's what his politics lead to. So he said all the other words. I mean, just that last bit, happy for Sharia law by 2050. He hasn't said those words, but his politics lead to that. So he has said that. You know, we've still got people putting their faith in clear, I don't know if shill is even the right word, just clear traitors. Is that a new one? Oh, Rachel's going for it tonight. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for all your support. Get us a patch of land and I will grow veg. Yeah, but again, I know you will, Rachel, and I know you'll be really good at it. One, you're not ready to live anywhere near me. I can only live, if I get some land, the people on that land will have had to have done a lot of shadow work. They will have to be able to hold themselves. I'm not dealing with any drama. So you're nowhere near ready to live on my land. And then two, there's the again, there's the waiting for a hero and not taking responsibility yourself. Now I do appreciate that maybe not everyone is meant to be the hero, like particularly women. So I was gonna say, you know, you should be doing the work and meeting yourself on a depth where you can do that yourself. But also you're a woman and you're not meant to do that sort of thing. You are meant to grow the veg. Like you are actually very aligned. So it may be that for a woman, you should actually be focusing on the creation of veg and food and children and loveliness. I mean, that's definitely the case. So really, maybe you should be meeting yourself and deepening enough to be able to be led by a man, whether that's preferably obviously in an intimate relationship, but also it could be someone like me potentially. So actually, maybe what I was going to say is not actually true, and it would be quite aligned for you to not create the land yourself, but work the land that's been created by a leader, a male leader. That does actually feel quite aligned. But what isn't aligned is you living anywhere near me right now. That you need to meet yourself, you need to hold yourself, and that's going to take years. But I appreciate you. I appreciate the sentiment. I appreciate you'd be very good at growing veg. I mean, if we could gag you and put a bag over your head, seen and not heard. Yeah, the bag over your head isn't relevant. We just need to gag you. If we could gag you forever and you literally just focus on the veg, then that would be fine. But I don't think that's viable or compassionate. So we just have to not let you in, sadly. I mean, it's like, it would be like the effects of the bioweapons on England. Like, what would the point in me buying a piece of land be that obviously is going to be around peace and alignment and beauty, and then letting people in who can't hold themselves? It would be the equivalent on that level of what's happening in England with the bioweapons. Like, why would you let them in? Well, you've just destroyed England. Well, why would I let people who haven't met themselves onto the conscious land? Obviously, I'm not going to. So you've got a lot of work to do, Rachel, but I'm up for it. I'm up for it in 10 years' time. You'd definitely be very good at growing veg. And you've also got a really big heart. So if you do deepen, which you are doing, once you learn to take responsibility and walk this life with responsibility, which is a long road for you, then I would absolutely have you on the land. I would have your essence on the land. I would have your soul on the land. I wouldn't have your flesh, your manic, panicky flesh body on the land. Yes, I see this. I would love to meet someone like Lee. I try not to hide from myself as much as I can. Yeah, beautiful. You're definitely ready to meet Lee. If you want to make it happen, email me. It can happen, and it can cost no money other than the cost of living in Same Reap. Lee's door is open to people like you. Well, he's open to anyone for some stupid reason. But obviously, he's open to everyone because he knows that not everyone will walk in. Only the ones that should will walk in. He totally trusts and he's totally aligned, and that is exactly what happens. Now, there's some people that walk in that I can't be arsed with, like they're too for me. But Lee just has a lot of love. So when I say they're too for me, what I mean is there's still a part of me that can see myself in them, i.e., retarded. So I just can't deal with it. But Lee can, because he doesn't have that part anymore. So if you're serious, Cole, we can make it happen. If you want to come out to Same Reap for a month or however long you want, 6 months, 2 weeks, I would say there's no point doing it for anything less than 2 weeks. And I would really encourage saving a bit more money and doing it for a month. Then you could come and live here in this complex, $450 a month, plus your bills, $550, $600 a month. Or you could live somewhere way cheaper. We could get you a flat for $200 a month, but you won't be in the same complex as us. And then you can come and sit with Lee as much as you want. I'd love to make that happen for you. It would be an honor. You totally deserve it. You're totally ready for it. So email me if you want that to happen. Wow, I'm really surprised about that, Lipstick. Isn't the asleep pussy a psycho regarding squirrels? I mean, if there's one thing about him that's so beautiful and so amazing, it's his relationship with squirrels. And what projection is in there? So you're obviously very disconnected from animals, I assume, or scared of animals, maybe. Maybe you'd be scared of a squirrel. So therefore, you have to project that having a beautiful, loving connection with another really authentic, beautiful, wild being that's very challenging, that isn't prehistorically predisposed to having a relationship with a human. So you have to put a lot of time and effort and presence and peace and love into that. For you to be projecting that's psycho, like, wow, what does that say about you? Because it's actually really beautiful. It's the most beautiful thing about him is his relationship with squirrels. So self-reflect. Why would you have to make that psycho? What's showing up in you? I assume it's going to be something really repressed around animals, like you're scared of them. You don't spend time in nature, maybe. So why is that absolute irrational projection coming up in you, Lipsis? It will reveal something very deep about you that will really help you, which is why I offer you that reflection. There's no judgment, there's no shaming, but it's totally insane. It's a completely insane thing to say. And I think you're wise enough to see that after I've broken it down for you. I'd like to see your response. But yeah, like, it's obviously having a relationship with a squirrel is beautiful. Okay, so I said I'd do 2.5, and then Rachel came in with another 5. So I've done it basically. I mean, I think she came in with another 2 actually. No, I think the 10 took us to 2.5, and then she's come in with a 5 and a 2. So basically, I'm going to start rounding up now. I'm going to do another 5 or 10 minutes. I'm going to start rounding up unless somebody puts some more money in. Yeah, I'm just an absolute retard. No, rent boys aren't enlightened, but one can be enlightened and use them. Now, if it was a way of life, if it was every night, if it was a coping mechanism, but if one goes into a coping mechanism, uses that coping mechanism, sees it for what it is, doesn't shame it, doesn't judge it, just understands the journey, as I broke down beautifully for you in my video, but obviously it's completely lost on you. And then there's changes from that. And again, I don't really want to say that because that's putting shame on it. And that's coming from your dualistic shame vibration, making rent boys bad. But also there is a truth that if you're doing it every night unconsciously, or you're doing it unconsciously regular, and it wasn't just a one-off coping mechanism when you needed it and you saw it for what it is and you learned from it, you know, how do you think enlightenment occurs? Like because you don't understand it. It's a journey, you know, it's a journey. So I used to shag 5 times a day, and now I've used a rent boy once in, I don't know, 6 months. Can you see the journey there? Can you see the difference? Can you see the progress? I know you don't want to see, and you won't see. And you're just trying to shame me because you live in shame. So you assume that somebody's saying something like that because it would shame you. You'd be very ashamed. You assume, because it's the only way you can perceive, it's your only level of perception, you assume it's going to affect me, but it doesn't affect me. I just see you for what you are, and I laugh at you, and I love myself because I'm amazing. And there's nothing a retard like you can do to change that. You could do what you did, and there was never another way. Praise, predetermination. Yeah, I think I like that. It's hard because there's no context, but I think he's basically saying that the path is the path. And, you know, you can deviate into the bushes slightly and make it a bit longer and maybe add a lifetime to it, potentially, I don't know. But something happened in my life the other day, which I can't remember right now, where I really realized that we have no choice. That everything is just so predetermined. And just how futile it is to think that you have choice. I can't remember what it was, though, but it was really clear to me. All right, I'm going to make this the last comment unless somebody throws some money in. I'm actually very happy and feel complete for the first time in my life too. Just from doing exercises, eating healthy foods and stretching, smoking the ganj too. I'm a very simple, yeah, I totally agree with all that, and I can see all that, and I can feel all that in the way you show up. Beautiful, like you're a beautiful man. The only question I have for you is this whole relying on them thing. Like, is that really what you want to do moving forward? Do you really think that's going to work out well? However, I fully honor it in this now moment, and I can see how much it's serving you. And I have no moral judgments over it. I think you already know this, but I have no, you know, he's lazy, he's taking from the system. No, none of that, obviously. Like, I'm totally up for it. Like you say, the evil ones, like, obviously. All right, we're done. I'm just going to say my thank yous. Is that a hater? I have watched your channel, but I didn't realize you were a batty fish. Yeah, man. I like the batty hole. Now, since I got worms in my ass, I'm less inclined to lick other people's asses. But to be honest, let's just get Jack Knife up. So I had those 2 guys on the same night, one being a rent boy about a week ago. And then before that, I think I would have to go back to Vietnam the first time in Hanoi. So that's 9 months ago since I had SCX relations. Right, let's finish on Jack. It was great to see the joy you gained when you felt your heart open so wide you couldn't contain it, and quite rightly spread your joy. Beautiful. What are you referring to, Jack? Sadly, we're ending, so I'm not going to get the answer unless someone throws some money in now. I don't know what you're referring to, man. I'd really like to hear what you're referring to. I kind of want to stay on the street just to hear that. Oh, can Cole not present? Oh, no. Sadly, I can't travel at present, but would so love to do it one day if it's possible. But I'm really, really grateful for your offer. I don't know if I have your email. I will see if I can find it. I'll give you my email, mate. And what I could also do is put you in WhatsApp touch with him. If I think, you know, the reason I'm offering this to you is because I think you're ready and I think you can honor this, because obviously this is massive. Having contact with Lee is massive. There's my email, mate. So obviously there's very few people in the chat that I would offer this to, but I think the reason I'm offering it to you is because I think you're ready and I think you will honor it. You know, if I gave it to Rachel, she'd be like, entitled. I expect a response. Why are you not responding? I'd never do that to Lee. But I know you won't do that. Oh, I think someone might have chucked some money in. Caluso with the 2, that's not really going to get us going for much longer, mate. It had to be 5 early, but I do appreciate it. You know, I'll go a little bit longer, but it's really only going to get us 5 minutes. I really hope someone does put in a 5 or a 10. I really want to keep going. I'm really enjoying it. Maybe I'll make a coffee, give it that time. But yeah, let's speak about Cole a little bit more. I'm offering this to you because I think it's aligned. I think it's meant to be. I think you'll honor it. I think you'll respect it. I think you'll use it wisely. I think you'll be in touch with him as much or as little as is needed in that time. I don't think you'll come with an entitled energy. I think you'll really honor Lee. I think he'll honor you. I think it will work really nicely. Yeah, of course. No problem. You don't need to put your personal shiz in in a live stream full of demons, obviously. Yeah, again, of course. Yeah, I know this, Cole. You know, I wouldn't be making you this offer if I didn't know this. If anything, I would be more protective of Lee. I mean, my nature is very much like wanting to spread, wanting to give. And in the past, I've definitely gone too far with that and given people way too much. So there's a chance that I'm doing that now with Lee and like wanting to spread these offerings. Oh, nice one, mate. Nice one. I really appreciate that, man. Yeah, thanks for pointing out it's Aussie, but that's great. I really appreciate it. So I really need to be very careful. I'm not coming from that place and putting people in touch with Lee more from a wanting it to be right and wanting it to work and wanting to help people than people actually being ready. So I need to really watch that, but I'm almost certain that where you're concerned, that's not the case, and that you are absolutely ready and you'll absolutely honor that connection and absolutely receive that connection. Oh, wow, they're all coming in now. Great, I better get the kettle on. Thanks, Jack, thanks. Sovrinogram, obviously I'll get to your comments in a minute and give you more attention and love. Nice one. We're doing till 3:30. Oh yeah, 3.5 hours of dopamine hits and wisdom all mixed into one. Woo-hoo-hoo. Who else gives you this sort of service? But also, who else honors that service? Well, it's people like Jack, it's people like Caluso, it's people like Rachel, it's people like Cole, it's people like Lipsis in the past, it's people like, oh God, I can't say that many and then miss them out, can I? It's people like Delightfully Nuts, it's people like Francesca, it's people like Voidio. So where are you guys all watching? Are you all in the UK and it's like 3 in the morning? All right, so a new donator. Thank you. We've got an Aussie in the chat. What time is it in Australia? So what I'm kind of testing here, this is a new live streaming time, but works a lot better for me, but obviously doesn't work very well for my English audience, which is 70% of my channel. I'm basically testing if I can live stream at this time and if it's worth it. So it'd be really good to know where you're all watching from. So the Sovereign Agam 3, right, we'll leave it at Sovereign Agam, has chucked in £5 English, 10 Aussie dollars. Thank you so much. Jack TV, one of my absolute favorites. It was I have worms in my shrinkter video, which was my favorite moment, and your joy with the cafe owner. I can't remember the cafe owner, Joy. So I go on a bit of a journey with him. So I really like him. And there is a connection between us, but there's also like this awkwardness, which I think is a language barrier. I think is the camera, and also I later discovered the anxiety in me through smoking. but I was projecting it onto him and thinking he was the awkward one. And then I don't get this on camera, sadly, but also what I'm realizing is certain things aren't meant to be on camera. Like this connection wouldn't have happened with the camera on. There was another moment I had yesterday where I can't remember what it was, but I spoke to someone. Oh, it was the landlord in the morning. And it was so beautiful. We hugged and everything. And I was like, God damn, why didn't I have the camera on? But then I'm like, yeah, but it wouldn't have been that. Like, you've got to start separating yourself from YouTube. Like, so that scarcity. That's like, oh no, that was great footage. Oh no, what a waste. And yeah, that's true. It was great. It would have been great footage. But also, there's lots of great footage. Like, you know, you also need to value your life, Tom. Like, you also need to value actual connection, Tom. Oh, I think so. Yesterday, I went and sat with these friends for the first time, the second time, and I was filming, walking up to them, and I could sense a part of me that wanted to keep filming, like film the interaction, because it will be great content. But then I'm affecting our relationship, and I'm valuing content over our relationship, which is obviously insane. So basically, my ego wants to prove myself to him. Now, obviously, the best way to prove myself to him is to not try and prove anything and just be. Because if you try and prove something, that's when you show up with anxiety. So I've really been seeing around Michael. So yesterday was the first time I sat around Michael with no anxiety. Really holding this story of caring what he thinks about me. So then that makes me show up like a little boy, like, oh, I'm all nervous. Whereas if I just went in there with an energy of like, I'm enough, these people are going to love me for who I am, obviously. Then I would come with like stoicism and like real aura that people look up to, like Lee. But I tell myself that it matters when it doesn't matter. But it does kind of matter. But it's more, I'm so clearly seeing how the ego gets in our way. How wanting, trying, worrying about how you show up, worrying about what's going to happen, how's the conversation going to play out, what they're going to think about me, is why no one will like you. Right, so to go back to Jack's comment, the last interaction between me and Doying, not his name, but that's as good as I can do, was so beautiful and wasn't on camera. And that was when I realized, like, oh no, this man is beautiful. This man really cares. This man really likes me. This man would even help me. This man is upset that I'm not upset. Is disappointed that I'm leaving Delat. And then I speak into that afterwards, so you guys get a context of it, but it's not the same, obviously, as seeing the footage. But it was so beautiful. Like, we chatted for like 15 minutes. Like, you can see all our interactions are very like, hey, how are you? Yeah, good. Okay, we're done. No, the last one wasn't, man. The last one was so beautiful. So beautiful. Right, I'm going to make a smoothie and put my kettle on Caluso. All right, mate, will do. You're a top man. I like you a lot. So I'll take into account, oh, the kettle's already on. Wow. We'll do till 3:40 because I'm going to spend 5 minutes now making a smoothie and shit. Oh, I might even roll a cigarette. Caluso has inspired me with his "I like smoking" comment, and I just remembered, like, I was thinking about that comment, and I was like, oh, I like smoking too. Maybe I'll smoke now. I really like smoking. Smoking's great. So I sat down yesterday. So yesterday I had a superb day. I didn't leave the apartment. I went downstairs to talk to people, but I didn't leave this complex, which I think is only the second time I've done that. I recorded 5 videos and edited 8 videos. Very productive day. So I did all that. by about 9 in the morning, I think. Bearing in mind, I get up at 5 a.m. Well, I get up at 1 a.m. to live stream. And actually, no, I didn't. I got up at 5 a.m. And super productive. So I'm feeling very good. I'm feeling very happy with myself, very content with life. I still hold a lot of productivity is still a big cope for me, or big alignment. Like, obviously it's a paradox, it's both. So I feel too good about productivity in terms of the conditioning around being lazy. There's definitely that, but also productivity is good and it's purpose and it feels great. So I was proper basking in the glory of life at 9 in the morning, totally satisfied. I'd also got all my videos scheduled, all my thumbnails done. It was probably 10 in the morning by the time I did that. And then I had my first smoke, and it was just glorious. And I didn't stop. I had 3 in a row. I had 3 in about a space of 2 hours, along with, also I'm drinking so much coffee. Like all this, and I saw it as progress. In Vietnam, I thought it was big progress. And maybe it was, but in Vietnam, I felt like my body had got to a point where it was telling me it didn't want more than 2 coffees a day, and it didn't want more than 3 smokes a day. And I saw that as huge progress. And in one sense it is, because I think sobriety is good. I think the less coffee, the better and all that. But from one perspective, now I'm in a place where I'm wiser than I've ever been. I'm happier than I've ever been. I'm more present than I've ever been. I'm creating more than I've ever created. I'm earning more. Like, everything's the best it's ever been, basically. But I'm also drinking 8 coffees a day and basically smoking all day. And it seems to be going really well. Like, I think it's just because I'm not judging it, and there's no shame, and it's just this beautiful balance. Like, why would one not? Yeah, so when I was when I was smoking yesterday, just this sense of like, why would one ever not do this? Like, this is gorgeous. Like, physically, mentally, it's just beautiful. And of course, you can go too far, and there's definitely different plants. So the first smoke I had out here was, had been grown with no love, and was really bad, and it gave me a headache and all that. But the latest plant that I've been planting, obviously we're just talking about gardening here. So the latest gardening I've been doing, like, it's such a beautiful plant that works so well for my mental health when I sit next to it and definitely don't smoke it. So yeah, that's that. So I've found watermelon. I just love fruit. I'm eating so much fruit, but all in smoothie form. Not even smoothies, just juices. Because obviously it's really important to drink lots of liquids out here, otherwise you'll get very dehydrated. And I don't really like drinking water. I find I sip at water, whereas I gulp. If I make a juice, I gulp it down. Oh shit. So my favorite is coconut and pineapple with a little bit of ginger and a little bit of honey. Just beautiful. Just so beautiful, so simple, so beautiful. But actually, my new, no, that is my favorite, but what I'm having a lot of as well now is literally just watermelon, water, and honey. I would like to add mint to it, but I can't find any mint. Oh my God, it's amazing. It's just amazing. Like, it's literally like you take your first sip and you're like, wow. Like, it's like drinking heaven. It's just wonderful. So I'm making a watermelon one now. Oh, and I've got the best quality honey as well. I found a really good quality honey. It's so much better than the first one that I had. So I imagine Lee will wake up very soon and he's going to see that not only am I not using my laptop, I'm not even using OBS. Now, obviously, when I say he'll be disappointed, I don't mean he'll actually feel it or react from it or care about it. But, you know, to use our pleb language, he'll be disappointed. Back in 2 minutes, my people, my friends. My people, my friends, and Rachel. No, I'm joking. I love Rachel. Rachel's my friend. I just don't want to actually spend any time with her. But she's my friend. As in, I respect her. I love her. I see where she's going. I totally honor it. I'm totally for it. I'm more than willing to help her for monetary exchange. But I couldn't actually spend any time with her and enjoy it. Because she's not ready yet. She hasn't met herself. But also, she's met herself well enough for me to use her as the butt of my playfulness. You could call it jokes, which is what I'm doing now. I'm just playing. And Rachel has expressed in her emails that nothing I say can offend or trigger her. So guess what's going to happen, Rachel? We're going to test that. We're going to prod at that. We're going to see how true it is. I think it might be true, but we're going to make sure with a few more poddings. The finger of truth is the finger of truth and anti-absurdity is very much coming for Rachel. Because she's worth it. Because I actually have faith that she's doing the work and is going to transform. Whereas most people aren't even worth the finger of truth. Right, so I'll go and squirt out of my bum and then we're ready to go again. All right, that all took a little bit longer than expected, so we'll do 3:45. Unless someone goes more money in, and then we'll keep going. Oh, you might not have heard that. So I said that all took a bit longer than I expected, so I'm committing to 3:45. Unless someone throws more money in, then we'll probably go on longer. Well, we definitely will. But it is going to get a bit more chilled out from here on in. Because I'm going to smoke some tobacco. Right, we'll save that for after the coffee. All right, let's get back into this. $11 super chats. So it seems that I can stream at this time of day. Maybe if I go down the chat, you'll have told me where you're watching from. Well, I don't really do the poo reviews anymore. I don't take you with me anymore because YouTube demonetizes my videos. But the review is not good today. Very sloppy, very sloppy. Really bad, actually. Like I think we're at 30% solidity, 70% waterfall. I did 2 before the live stream. Really, really explosive. And then I think I've done 2 during the live stream, so that's not bad. 3 hours 15, 2 squirts. But yeah, it's not good today. No rent boys are coming around today. Oh, this looks good. Caluso, how do I detach from wanting to stay in the UK? I think about the people. Okay, yeah, so that's all ego. So when I read the first part, how do I detach from wanting to live in the UK? I was like, well, this could be aligned. This could be something that doesn't need detaching from. But as soon as I read the second part, yeah, it's all ego. It's all story. So you're the rescuer. You need to look at the triangle: rescuer, victim, persecutor. You're in rescuer mode. So you're still escaping yourself by placing importance on others. You're still egoic. I mean, how egoic is that, mate? Now let's read it first. I think of the people. So many people will need help. Ooga boogers start ooga boogering. Plebs, yes, yeah. So no, total ego, mate. So yes, it's true. Great, nice. On a very low level, on a third density level, it's true. But it's not true because you can't help them. How can you help them? They're not willing to help themselves. So you're in rescuer mode. You're sacrificing yourselves for people who can't even help themselves. Also, on a practical level, there's no stopping. Once it gets to that stage, there's nothing you can do anyway. So it's a false story physically. You can't do anything. You can't fight all the Ooga Boogers. And also, these people don't deserve your help because they're not willing to help themselves, and therefore you can't help them. You can only help people who are willing to be helped. They're not willing to be helped, you can't help them. So it's all a made-up story, and you've made it up because you are scared of meeting yourself. So, the things you would have to experience to leave the UK, that's what you're scared of. So you're scared of alignment, you're scared of responsibility. That's the main one here, responsibility. You're scared of creating your own income. You don't believe you can do that. But rather than accept all that, you'll make up this silly story about other people being important. How does that land, Cluzy? I mean, that was great. That was so spot on. Oh, wow, I'm at the bottom of the chat, so no one's let me know where they are. The Ooga Boogers are already oogly boogling. Yeah, what a great answer to this. But also, I took it deeper, but that is a great answer. Jack, I agree. Sorry, I should click on them. Cole to Jack, I agree. This is my happy place too. Could watch him all day. Oh, that's great. I really, really appreciate that. It's like how I felt with Marshall before he quit. Ah, damn, poor tube as a thought, too much coconut milk or fruit. Oh yeah, absolutely. But I just think it's energetic. I think it's purging. I accept that drinking, this all day, every day is probably not going to help. Also, I don't see it as a problem. No, I don't care much. I prefer it when I do a solid poo. It's much more satisfying. I like the stretch you get on the ass. I like the plop. It feels great. But I'm not like, oh no, my poo's sloppy. So yeah, just whatever, I don't care. And I just see it as an energetic purge. I think when you're shifting as rapidly as I am and as constantly as I am, like, of course you're going to be energetically purging. Like, once you drink ayahuasca, you totally understand this. Like, it's obvious. When your head's in a bucket, it becomes pretty apparent what's going on. Honestly, like, if you've never lived in a hot country, smoking with fans on is not good. It's like, it's a real thing. Like, it's, especially if you smoke all day. You know, it's a real thing you have to navigate and get your head around and get used to. So I've said I'll go on to 3:45 based on the donations I had, but there are, oh, sorry, there are more comments now. So it's nearly 10 a.m. where Sovereign Agamis. Where are you? Oh, you're in Perth. Oh, hang on, I think I've got loads of chats. Oh, I think it was just a glitch. Yeah, there's loads of chats. I'm nowhere near the bottom. I don't know, we must be fairly near because I've just talked about my ass being stretched by my poo. Is Tom gay? Does it matter? Ooh, it's a bit libtarded, Jack. I think it matters. I also think it doesn't matter. I think it depends how the gay is showing up. You know, if it's someone like me who is Tom and happens to be gay, then I don't think it really matters. But if it's someone like I'm gay and I happen to be Bob, i.e., you know, somebody who identifies themselves around their sexuality, so pride, then I think it's a problem. Only if you want it to be a problem, of course. Oh. We've got another lovely one. Maybe not actually, but he's paid £5 to say it, so that's fine. Tom, you are a gay man. Okay, if you say so. Happy to be. Happy not to be. Don't care. Oh no, I am at the bottom of the chat. I don't think smoking and live streaming is a good idea. I can feel my enthusiasm waning. Oh God, I've committed to another 20 minutes. Fucking hell. Okay, here's Caluso. He'll give me 10 minutes of riffing because he writes very good stuff. But does it not matter where I am or where you are? What is coming for me will also eventually come for you. How fast, who knows? Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? So on a 3D practical level, it's how fast. It's very hard to see a one world government and the same tyranny we see in the UK all around the world in the next 3 years. Very hard to see that. But I also acknowledge that the reason you don't see it here at all, i.e. there's no welfare system, or, you know, from our perspective, there's no welfare system, which obviously is a key part to world controlling everyone. Universal basic income, they're going to call it, which is you completely relying on the state, of course, and therefore having to do whatever they say. Oh, shit. But does it matter where I am or where you are? So again, this comes from a defeated perspective. So I have the evidence to suggest that there will always be a way for the sovereign being. And that's been the case in my life so far. Now, I'm not saying that will always definitely be the case. I think it will be, and I feel it will be. But so far, I've never had to wear a mask. I've never had to take a jab. I socialized more than ever in my life during 2020, 2021. So for me, if you're aligned and sovereign and make aligned actions, the universe, so far, the evidence shows the universe always creates a way for you. So again, this comes from fear and lack of trust. I think that's it, really. I think I finished. Yeah, it comes from fear and lack of trust and lack of evidence. You haven't received the evidence yet because you haven't met yourself deeply enough yet. You haven't received the unequivocal, undeniable evidence that the universe has got you, bitch. Okay, Jack's thrown some more money in, so that probably means some more abuse, but that's fine. Tom, what do you think about the... Oh, maybe not. Maybe he was just being funny. And it is funny. Gay jokes are definitely very funny. Tom, what did you think about the plebs rioting over you rear-ending that Asian addict? Ah, right. So he's referring... Yeah, great question. He's referring to my comment section after I showed a video of one of my worst moments where I hit the back of somebody, broke their bunker, a Vietnamese person, and then for 24 hours didn't respond to them and was considering not paying for the damage. Obviously, in the end, I paid for the damage. So it was a great dance with my ego. It was me really seeing how my ego doesn't trust yet or tries to stop me from trusting. So it wasn't about the NPC, it wasn't about the money. Of course, those things did come up for me in the ego story, but what it was really about was me learning to trust more, learning to know that money does not matter at all, and that money will always come to me when and if needed, and that £300 doesn't exist, it's not even a thing. So that was the lesson for me. That was where I'm at now, thanks to that experience and many others before it that led to that. So how do I think about the plebs reacting to it? Well, it's just inevitable, isn't it? Because they come on to reinforce their ideology and their current vibration. They don't come on, and they come on with this. So this is a representation of their perspective. Maybe this. This is Sophie. This is the hater. So they come on like this, and they've got one of two options. They can either see the beauty of the journey and the offering that I'm giving and the clear depth and wisdom and the courage and the bravery to share that and show that on a platform full of plebs. And then they can do this, and obviously that will lead to this. But that's very scary because then they've got to look at themselves. Then they're going to have to go from this to do this. So obviously they're shit scared of that. So the way to keep it here is to do this. You're this, you're that, you're... So that's what happened. That's what I think about it. It's inevitable. I know how the human psychology works. I know how plebs work. I know how repression works. I know how psychology works. It doesn't shock me. Sometimes I can find myself still being a bit shocked by it, just by the lack of observation, the lack of, or more the ability to twist truth. Like, so even in my most unconscious times, of course, I've manipulated things to go to my advantage through control, through the ego. Of course, I've been more aligned with certain truths that reinforce my belief system at times. But I've always been open to the truth, and I've always been for the truth. I've always wanted to know more, but these people don't. They don't. And that's very hard for me to grasp. Other than psychology, I can understand it because they're scared of meeting themselves, they're scared of feeling anything. And then you've got the whole NPC thing. Is that real? I don't know. Rachel, I shat myself. Wow, this is good. I shat myself last banana, had to scoop the poo from my pants. I mean, I just love it, Rachel. I love. Sophie could never do that. Sophie could never do that. I just don't get the last banana. Is that meant to be night? Now, we've got to remember that Rachel is of the special needs variety when it comes to technology. and much of life, but particularly technology. So she might have pressed the wrong emoji. It is a banana, isn't it? I shat myself last banana, had to scoop the poo out from my pants. Yeah, it's just a banana I'm a bit confused by. Was that when you got bummed? Were you getting bummed when you pooed yourself, Angel? Is that what the banana emoji is representing? The big schlong that you had up your a-hole? That you shat all over? Did you pebble dash on someone's schlong? Definitely not projecting, definitely not speaking from experience. I've definitely never pebble dashed on someone. Yes, I have. Many times. Funny. Justin's throwing the shekels. How do you deal with being surrounded by plebs? Well, I'm not, but I have been. I mean, you saw how I dealt with it in Vietnam, not very well. I got very frustrated and I got very angry. So for me, it's about self-honoring, doing the work and allowing the external to just inevitably change. But at first, when you don't have that evidence, when you haven't experienced that, and you are in the pleb, so I'm going to imagine that you maybe work a job and therefore you're forced to be around plebs, or maybe you haven't disowned your family yet, like I have. I still have relationships with my parents and I love my parents very much, but like in terms of siblings, I was just, you know, it's this constant balance between what is aligned, what serves me, and what is a repressed society telling me I must do. So obviously a repressed society will tell you that you must always stay in touch with anyone that's of blood relation. And whilst I would encourage that, if it's viable, if it's aligned, if it's part of your journey, then great. Like, of course, I would love to have a relationship with my siblings. But also, if that just isn't possible, if you can't do the work, if you can't go on the spiritual path, if you can't take aligned actions and have your family in your life because they don't want that. They don't know what it is, but whatever it is, they don't want it. And they will attack you for it and all that. Then, well, what you're going to do? You're going to stay small. You're going to stay repressed so that you can keep these repressed people in your life, or you're just going to go and leave them behind. I mean, for me, it's obvious. So you cope with it by doing the work, and then you're no longer surrounded by them. However, it sounds like you haven't got the evidence for that yet, and your reality is, I'm in this world of plebs. I'm clearly more conscious from the plebs, but I'm not empowered enough to actually change this reality. So in that case, I don't really have an answer because that's not my experience. Like I just changed my reality, and okay, it was over 10 years, and I had to go through a whole Vietnam thing. Like it's a journey. So you know, I dealt with it by being a businessman. I dealt with it by not ever having a job. You know, if you have a job, then you're not only are you going to be surrounded by them, you're going to have to be one of them. Otherwise, you'll lose your job. So I dealt with it by, at a very young age, I had a story of I have to become a millionaire so I don't have to be part of this system. Now, I didn't know exactly how evil the system was. There was also love addiction in there and wanting to attract a partner, and I thought that was the only way I could do it because I didn't have enough self-worth. There was lots of nuances in it, but essentially, I knew by the age of 6 that I had to get stupidly rich because I didn't want to live like my parents. And by that, I mean, like on paper, my parents have a good life. Like other plebs would judge that my parents have a good life. But I just saw slaves. Without even knowing how evil everything is, I just saw the slavery. I just saw working till you're 60 and thinking that's normal, and working for a pension, and working for free time when you're too decrepit to enjoy it. At a very young age, I just knew that wasn't for me. So I was all set. I think by the age of 4, but I'll say by the age of 6, I just knew I'd be a millionaire. Like, there was no two ways about it. There was no question about it. It was just like, how am I going to do it? There was no like, can I do it? It was just like, how will I do it, and how fast can I do it? So I told myself I think I wanted to be a millionaire by 25. I did it on paper by the age of 30, and then I lost it all. So if you don't have that drive in you, I don't really know how to answer the question because I can only speak from my own experience. So I'm going to try and answer it from a place of assuming that you are working a job, you're disempowered, you don't see any way of changing that, you're not aligned. but you are awake to the tyranny of this world. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. Other than doing something similar to what I did, your version of that. So you need to become self-employed. You need to become responsible. You need to do the work. There is no other answer. The only other answer would be from a third dimensional pleb level, which is just going to reinforce your current plebbery. So that wouldn't be of service. So, you know, maybe I could think of some practical things, but none of them are popping into my head, which means I'm not meant to try because I'm not meant to encourage plebbery. How's that, Justin? Did that land? Jackknife TV, haha. Have you got a channel, Jack? Haha, brings more joy if you do it yourself. Every step brings you closer to nature. It also gives you the time to be with self and align with your rhythm. I'm not quite sure of the context, but I totally agree. And that's exactly, that might be an answer to, not that. It might be an answer to Justin's last question about how you deal with plebs. But, oh, fucking hell. Because it would be a good answer. Yeah, it really did. I mean, I think it's that, and then I've also shared the angry stuff on Tom Greater. It's like they've gone wild. But also, my light's shining strong, and Lee's come into my life. So you've got to remember, these people have been hate watching for, let's say, a year, however long, and suddenly, and it's been very easy to hate watch because life's been quite challenging for me, whilst it's also been really beautiful. But obviously, there's been enough frustration in my videos, in my life, which are my videos, for them to just keep projecting. As in the story, like, this guy's a loser, this guy's, you know, I can project onto this guy so I don't have to question myself. And it's been very easy for them to do that, but it's not so easy now. Now, the English refugee video is still giving them that, but it won't work for much longer. I think I'm 3 videos away from moving to Namban, and it all shifts then. So I think they're having a reaction to that, like their hate porn, their way of escaping themselves, which is only through hatred now. That's how bad it's got for them. They can only experience dopamine by, in their mind, inflicting pain on another. Not that they inflict any pain on me, but you know, that's what they think they're doing. So that's the only way they can experience dopamine now. So that's why the hatred is you know, that's why they're so in it, because it's the only way they can escape themselves through dopamine. Right, yeah, so the thing that they've used for such a long time to do that, me, is becoming a version of himself that they can't do that to anymore. So they're really reacting. They're really reacting. Like, it's like, you know, it's like how the government is now. Like, the awakening is here. People are seeing through them. So they're rushing it, and they're doing a really bad job. Like, COVID was very obvious. Everything they do is very obvious now. You know, it's laughable now. It's got to a point where it's laughable. And okay, lots of people still buy into it, but it is laughable. I mean, even obviously the Henry Novak situation was definitely not laughable, but like that photo, the screenshot, the perfect screenshot with the blue hands and one of them looking like a demon, which obviously also fits into the whole DEI feminism thing, but really it's demon. The 3 hands and his hand that's gone pale in a handcuff, like, obviously I didn't laugh at it, of course, but also I could have laughed at the scriptedness of it. So what was my point there? That basically everything just becomes very obvious and you just laugh at it all, maybe? I can't quite remember. Now, of course, if it, there's all the perspectives and all the nuances. So on a 3D perspective, there's nothing funny about Henry Novak's situation, obviously, and that's assuming it even happened. Like, we don't know anything. But from a level of seeing it all as a show, all as a play, and knowing that none of it's really real from this level, whilst there may have been somebody called Henry Novak that lost his life, that may also be true from another perspective. I don't know if it's true or not, but potentially that's true from a third dimension. You know, when you see that photo, like, well, at the time, I wasn't where I am now. So at the time, I reacted to it. It brought up emotion in me. It brought up anger in me. But now, I would be closer to laughing at it than feeling that, because I know that it's all a script, and you know, you get to a point where you just laugh at the show, you know, because it's just so clearly a show. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. It's all got so obvious to the awakened one. I mean, the World Cup has just been such an awakening event. Like, how can anyone be watching that and not awakening? Like, it's so fixed. It's so fixed. Like, even I've been shocked by how fixed it's been, and I know that it's fixed. I knew it was fixed before the World Cup, and I've been shocked. So Rachel shot herself last night. You were getting bummed last night, Rachel. How was it? Was it 12 inches, 10 inches? What color was it? What shade was it? Do you like the black D up your bum? All right, enough immaturity. Of course, Rachel was not being bumped last night. So why do you think you shot yourself? Is it a regular occurrence? Were you stressed? Were you away from your toilet? Have you got diarrhea at the moment? Do you think it's a purge? Do you think it's a reaction to something you ate? I imagine you would see it more as a reaction to something you ate than a purge. Why do you think you shot yourself, Rachel? And how big was he? Couldn't move from the UK. Couldn't moving, yeah, not really. Couldn't moving from the UK be interpreted as defeatism? I mean, I think I absolutely nailed this last time, Clue. So you're still trying. You're still trying to hold on to your egoic story of disempowerment. Couldn't moving from the UK be interpreted as defeatism? Well, I would say staying somewhere where there is no fight, there's no prospect of a fight, the people aren't ready to stand up for themselves, the people aren't ready to help themselves, and you're staying somewhere where your safety is deeply compromised, I would say that is defeatism. Not taking a stand and yeah, there is no resistance. There's no resistance. There is none. Like, you're doing it on your own, mate, or you're doing it with a very small percentage of people. That it's not going to happen. Yeah, I hope you're right. I hope I'm wrong. It's not going to happen. Also, you can do all that outside of England. Now, admittedly, traveling without a digital ID could be challenging. So maybe it would be, yeah, actually to fight against digital ID, it probably would be easier to stay in England. But what are you fighting for? Are you fighting for your ego, or are you actually fighting something? Like, do you honestly think that you and the handful of other people that will do it are going to win, are going to make any difference? If so, then do it. Great, all for it, fully support it. But I think it's just your ego trying to convince you because you're disempowered and you don't know how to leave the UK. You don't believe you can. Or do you see the majority of people in the UK simply will not resist? Yeah, absolutely. Of course. Look at COVID. Stay 6 feet away. All flu cases have disappeared, and now they've got exactly the same number of COVID cases. Stay away 6 feet. You know, like it was right there, right in the statistics. If you even needed those, it was very obvious. And you have faith in those people to fight against digital ID? Are you crazy? Once they say that without digital ID, you can't sign into your benefits or your, I mean, what the fuck are you going to do? You're on benefits, bro. So you're going to be the first one, or maybe business owners. They'll go from either side of the spectrum, but you're basically going to be the first one. So they're going to say to you, to receive your benefits, you need digital ID. What are you going to do? Because you're disempowered, because you haven't taken responsibility, because you haven't created your own income in your own way. You're not walking to the beat of your own drum. You are a victim of them, so much so that you've had to drop out of society because you can't find a way to empower yourself outside of society and sort of on the edges of it. But you don't want to admit that, so your ego has made this nice fancy story of you're resisting something, but really you're just a massive victim of their fuckery. Whilst being awakened and aware to it, and also trying to take steps that you are trying, but you're coming from the ego, you're coming from disempowerment. You're not coming from responsibility. So it was the last time. How did you get rid of the worms in your sphincter? It was the last time I used a pharmaceutical before I met this doctor and went on this herbal medicine journey, which isn't going very well. My foot is really hurting, but it is also working. It was more to do with the self-love thing that I spoke about earlier, where I didn't apply the herbal remedies with enough self-worth. People call it self-love, but I prefer self-worth. So now my foot is inflamed. Also, I walked 2 days ago, I did at least 2 kilometers walking, which was a big mistake. I really need to rest. So last night I went to bed with my foot throbbing, like real pain, like a 7 out of 10. If childbirth is a 10 and toothache is a 9, as in real severe toothache, this was a 6. This was a 6. It was for the ego, it was unbearable, but actually it wasn't unbearable. And funnily enough, I was listening to a podcast and where they talk about all these Greek greats, Schopenhauer or someone like that. I can't remember his name. And it was unbelievable. It was talking about, so this guy lived with a lot of physical pain, and it was talking about how physical pain is only pain if you hold the expectation that it shouldn't be there. Just incredible. Like, I didn't click on it. Like, the title was nothing to do with pain. And I'm listening to this podcast that's literally talking about physical pain as my foot is throbbing, and I'm going into a story of I can't do this. And I'm going into a story of tomorrow I'm going to go and get some pharmaceuticals. So it's not the verruca. What I'm doing is working. The verruca is dying. I'm almost certain of that. It's definitely getting smaller and it's definitely less painful. But the skin around it is getting inflamed from the treatment or the lack of care with the treatment. And that's what's causing the pain. So I went to bed with my foot throbbing, thinking, oh shit, have I got an infection? Like, going through all the fear stories, all the disempowerment, all the I'm going to have to give myself away to a tyrannical system and take some tyrannical pills. And then I woke up this morning with no pain at all. So that showed me that the pain is created, one, by my lack of self-worth, self-care when I'm administering the herbal remedies, but also by being on it all day. So I'm determined to have a day today of complete rest and not moving about, and keep administering the medicine. So I got rid of the worms with one easy, simple pill. Schopenhauer said dumb people tolerate more noise. Yeah, absolutely. I think, is it Schopenhauer that coined the empty can thing? So the empty can rattles the loudest. No, it's so true. It's so true. And if you just look at our society and who makes noise, you know, you've got the beasts of the land who live in constant noise. Then you've got the Indians who live in constant noise. Then you've got like the ends of Asia who live in constant noise. Then you've got Asia who live in a lot of noise. And then you've got Europeans who live in less noise, but the dumb ones of them live in a lot of noise. I mean, it's so obvious, isn't it? Even though we're all the same in diversity, that's shit. Yeah, so Justin's turned out to be awesome. Tom is a pleb slayer. That's exactly what I am. Yeah. COVID was a test to see if the people will comply, and the people completely failed. Yet Caruso still has faith that they might fight against the digital ID. So this is the other thing, Caruso, is, as you're saying, most of them have been injected with some sort of technology now that means they are going to be, or already are being, very easy to control. Think MK Ultra, think all the zombie movies. Maybe it's going to go that extreme, but definitely MK Ultra. So these are the people that you have faith in. Are you sure you're not just disempowered and scared of taking responsibility and manifesting your own existence? And are you sure that you don't have loads of stories around, I can't create my own income, I can't create an income online, I can't find a way to create an income out of UK, I can't even find a way to create an income in the UK for that matter? Are you sure that that's not what's really going on, Caruso? Maybe, possibly, perhaps, maybe, definitely, that's what's happening. Now I'm the king of a pleb. So Justin is also a bit of a jester, which I also respect. Jack, so this is the last comment in the stream. Oh, I think I've done the time I said I'd do. Oh, I think we've had some more money. I'm happy to go on to 4 hours, but I need some more comments. Remember the horror of having uninvited passengers when I had threadworm in Dubai? Ooh, Tom, I was okay till, like you said, in bed, you can feel it wiggling in the chocolate starfish. It's most disturbing. That's exactly the moment, isn't it? So I think I knew 24 hours before that I had worms, but I didn't want to admit it to myself. So I basically just, you know, battered that thought away without meaning to or knowing I was doing it, but that was what was happening. And then it started wiggling in the buoy starfish at 10 p.m. I love you, Jack. I love you so much. Yeah, it's horrendous, isn't it? And then I ask AI some questions and it's like, yeah, they're more active at night. I'm like, oh, right, yeah, they are, aren't they? I can feel the starfish being wiggled. Oh man, and then you go through, and then it's like, I don't know if this is a projection or a dramatic story that's created from there, or if this is actually true, but then you get to a point where you feel like they're out of your bum, half in, half out, and you're like, oh my God, is it actually like wiggling out of my ass now? Like that's how intense it starts feeling, and it might actually be happening, I'm not sure. And at that point, I'm like, yeah, tomorrow I have to go to a pharmacy. Like I can't have another night of this. And then you get over like, because you get into that squeamish phase, don't you? You get into that like, oh my God, there's worms in my ass. Now, of course, that's all a bit irrational because there's bacteria and parasites and all sorts in your body all the time. But you don't feel them. When you actually feel them wiggling in your ass and potentially popping out of your turtle eye, what's it called? Brown eye, out of your ethnic eye. It's horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous. And it really makes you like, ooh. No, I'm not in Vietnam, I'm in Cambodia. The videos are about 4 weeks behind, I think, but then I'm creating so much in Cambodia. You know, there's some days, so the travel day from Vietnam to Cambodia was 1 day, but it's 4 videos because it was 5 hours long. So I'm sharing 2 videos a day to try and catch up, and we are catching up. So those videos, when I recorded, the video you saw yesterday, my timescales are really bad. I've been in Cambodia for 2 weeks. I was in Nam Bam for 5 days. So I am certain the video that you saw yesterday, or the 2 videos that you saw yesterday, were filmed only 4 weeks ago. However, I've just given my Patreon all the remaining episodes, and I think there's at least 40. So that should mean that in 20 days of sharing 2 videos a day, you will be up to date. You'll be seeing what I filmed yesterday, I think. But then there's always like, you know, there's certain days where more than 1 video gets created here. So then obviously then I'm not making any progress. If I create 2 videos, if I film today 2 English refugee videos, by which there's my normal English refugee video, and then there might be, like yesterday, for example, me and Jamie, Michael's girlfriend, who you're going to meet very soon, we had an hour-long chat on camera. So suddenly I've got 2 English refugee videos. I'm not going to put that in the standard one because it's a video in its own right. So yesterday I created 2 English refugee videos. So therefore yesterday we made no progress. I shared 2 videos and I created 2 videos. So in terms of catching up, we're making no progress. But I think what I can definitely say is in less than a week, you'll be in Cambodia with me. So it's definitely catching up. And assuming I share 2 videos a day, which I've done for 30 days now, so there's no reason to assume I won't. Yes, 2 days ago, I had a very low energy day, and it was the first time in about 20 days where the story came up, oh, I don't want to post a YouTube video today. I need a day off. Because energetically, even though like I've already recorded them, I've already edited them, there is the thumbnail in the description, which I hate. But, and it was because I did a live. You know, lives really zap my energy. This is why I need money. Like, they really take it out of me. They make the rest of the day much more challenging. So yesterday I didn't do a live, and I had the best day ever, recorded whatever it was, 5 videos, I think, and edited about 8. Also, I socialized. I had such a beautiful day yesterday, but I didn't live stream. Now, when I live stream, it leaves me discombobulated because of the time of day I do it, partly, or have been doing it. But also, like, there's something about waking up and going straight onto a screen and being interactive. Like, of course, that's not what the nervous system wants. Of course, that's not what the body wants. Like, the body wants what happened yesterday. I wake up, and I turn around and I go back to sleep. And then I come here and I make a coffee and I just sit and I take some breaths. And then I respond to comments and then I start editing. Beautiful, beautiful. Whereas this, I love it, but it leaves me in an energy like after this, I'm just going to have to sit and smoke and watch it back and end up lying down for 2 hours. And so it really does make my days more challenging. I think that's the end of that riff. So to answer your question, I really would like to think that in 3 weeks you'll be seeing yesterday's video, but maybe it's going to be more like 4 or 5 weeks. Rachel wants it to carry on. Rachel's done enough. Rachel can't be chucking in anymore. I'm not sure it really can carry on. I mean, if somebody chucked in a tenner, I'm going to stop in 6 minutes, basically. I think I'm done. I guess if someone chucked in another tenner, I could try and do another half hour, but I'm definitely not in like, whoa, I'm really enjoying this mode. I'm in like, whoa, I can feel my eyes closing and I want to lie down mode. Have I been to Laos? Yes, 20 years ago. 20 years ago with a partner at the time, I came to Southeast Asia for 2 weeks and I did 4 countries, obviously ridiculous. You just spend your whole time traveling. So yes, I've been to Laos, but have I really been to Laos? Went to Laos to do tubing. Like that was how repressed and restricted we were, how external we were. Like we chose places to go based on what you could do there. We basically went to Laos just to experience tubing. It was a great day, to be fair. Yeah, the same meat stuff's another level. The hate watchers are going to struggle. So I think at least 50% of my audience is hate watchers. So it's probably not going to be very good for the channel. But also, I don't see how it cannot be, because it's just so much better. Like, I trust that the hate watchers will just be replaced with real people, with good people. Because it's amazing. Like, suddenly you've got non-stop characters. Like, you think Coconut Man or Racist Bitch is a character. Like, you've not seen nothing yet. You think Dong and Coffee is a character. You've not seen nothing yet. Like, I've got real characters who are really interacting, and that's about to explode. I've just been invited to a games night with all these conscious people, and they want me to record it and film it. So the first thing when a few things came up, like, oh shit, am I good enough? And then like, oh great, I'm getting accepted into a crowd. And then how long do I have to be in the crowd before they'll let me film the games night? And then they said we've been wanting to put it on YouTube for ages, so this is great. So up for it straight away. So you're going to meet so many characters, but already we've got, obviously Lee is in every episode now. We've got Hippie Landlord. We've got the Crap Staff. We've got obviously new Coconut Man, new Veg Woman. Then we've got Michael, we've got Jamie, then we've got the games night that I'm about to be introduced to. So another 6 characters. So these are regular characters who have a real input, not Coconut Woman and Veg Lady, or whatever they do. But I mean like another level of character that you've never seen on it. Like Steven. Like when I was in Mexico, Steven. Like suddenly we've got 4 characters like that in terms of like how much of a show they are. And also they're all way better than Steven. And that's not knocking Steven. Steven's great, but not particularly interesting. These are really interesting people, like really open people who have met themselves. And there's more as well. I feel like, yeah, they're all the characters I can think of, but I think there's a couple more. So the plebs, going back to the bumper crash, yeah, it happened about a month ago, and Justin is like, so the plebs are writing about something, yeah, but you're coming at it with common sense. So the comment is, the plebs are writing about something that happened a month ago, that's absurd. You're applying common sense. They're not here for common sense, they're not here for truth, they're not here for awakening, they're not here for any sort of alignment, they're here to hate. Just think of a typical libtard, just think of a trans movement, like that's what you're dealing with, that sort of mental somersaults, that sort of addiction to ideology, which really is addiction to hate, and they just choose an ideology that allows them to hate. You're racist, I can hate you. That's what we're dealing with here. We're not dealing with any sort of rationality, any sort of alignment. We're dealing with people who want to take the morsel they can find and twist it to fit their ideology and their hatred. So, of course, they'll buy it over anything. What you're struggling with, APV? Oh, I don't want to think about you. I mean, struggling is great because it's all part of the journey, but also, you know, I don't want to think of you struggling. I like you. Justin, I really like you, man. I'm really enjoying your comments. Tom, do you believe in interdimensional entities, oh, fucking hell, interfering with our affairs, or the concept that God is an exoteric term of the universal principle as expressed in Eastern philologies such as Hinduism? So the issue here is belief. Tom, do you believe? Over. The minute you're striving for belief, it's still of the ego, it's still a story. You're not open to evidence, you're not open to communication, you're not open to receiving, you're not open to being guided, hence you need belief. So as long as you're trying to believe anything, you're lost, you're of the ego. You're, you know, Christian, you're Muslim, you're external, you're worshipping externally because you're too scared to take responsibility. So you've lost me at belief. I don't mean you've lost me, like it's still a really good comment, but in terms of the answer, you can't answer from belief. To answer from belief is I could only answer that if I was of the ego and I was believing. So if I was Christian and I was living in fear and hope and escapism and worship over taking responsibility, external over internal. Right, so from your perspective, interdimensional entities interfering with our affairs. I mean, absolutely, yes. So from my perspective, it's all one and it's all consciousness playing out. So the demons are as beautiful as the angels. From your perspective, yes, absolutely. There's demons, there's reptiles, there's aliens. These would be what I imagine you're classing as interdimensional entities. You're probably focusing more on the demon side and the possession and the energetic attachments. From your perspective, yes, that's absolutely true, but not really. But from your perspective, yes. The concept that God is esoteric term for the uniform, yeah. So I'm much more aligned with that. If I understand it right, esoteric term for universal principle as expressed in Eastern, totally, yeah. So God is a word used by plebs to try and understand consciousness. That's how I'm going to interpret that second question, that second sentence, and in that case, the answer is yes. I seem to be getting a bit of a second wind. I'm open to doing longer. Where did we get to? So I feel like actually I feel like this took us to like 4 hours, or maybe it was 3:45. And then we've had 2, 4, 6, 8. So I feel like that, you know, that can justify another 15 minutes. Really, you know, 25 minutes, 20 minutes, but I am tired. So I'm basically going to end trying. Not that I really try, I just show up. But basically I'm going to smoke is what I'm saying. So I'm going to keep going 15 minutes, but I'm also going to smoke, so it might get a bit shit. And I'm going to focus more on that than the comment section. Unless someone throws some money in, and I'll be more motivated. All right, let's get Jack up. That will help motivate me. All right, so APV is having a tough day, man. Well, I send you lots of love and, you know, really honor how difficult it is and honor how real it feels and how real it is for you in this now moment. But also honoring the transformation that will come from this. You know, when you're having a day, and because I know who you are a little bit and I respect you, I know you're not a drama queen, so I know this is going to be very, you know, very real in this moment for you. So, and also because I know you're a deep man who doesn't just do drama, I know that you're having a process. So I know that on the other side of this is a deeper version of APV, who knows himself a bit better, has a bit more self-worth, has a bit more detachment, So I'm really honouring it and seeing the beauty of it, but I appreciate for you in this moment, it just feels like it's never going to end, and you know, maybe you want to end it because it's so unbearable. But I also have faith and a knowing of you and where you're at, that you will not act up on any of that, that you will feel, that you will surrender, and that you will take the gems from it quite fast. I don't know you well enough to say how fast it's going to be. I don't know if this is going to be a 6-month process or a 1-day process. It could be, you know, it's not about the thing that's triggering you. I imagine it might be your father's passing, but which obviously is very real and something I've not had to experience yet. But it's not really about the external trigger. In terms of, so I'm trying to speak into the timescales here. Like, obviously your father's passing is a real big thing, and obviously that is not going to be processed in a day, of course. I imagine that's like a year thing, but that doesn't mean you need to, years, but that doesn't mean you need to be depressed for years. It means that you need to feel heavily, and heavily is the wrong word. You need to feel deeply and openly to the point where you feel like this shit sometimes for some of those days during those years, to process it and to grow from it, which I think that's what you're going to be doing. And I think you'll know that. And if in this moment you've forgotten it because it's too much, which is exactly what happens, then I'm here to remind you of that. So yeah, honoring you and this process, and reminding you that there is light on the other side of this darkness you're currently experiencing, and sending you lots of love. 1,000 thread worm eggs. Oh, it's making me gape. Not gape, it's making me, it's making my sphincter. 1,000 thread worm eggs fit on a pinhead if your water don't wash his hands properly. Ta-da. Few days later, your starfish comes alive. Yeah, this is an issue because I don't use soap. So I have started, since my worm experience, I've started washing my hands in baking soda. I don't know if baking soda does anything. I need to ask AI. I need to ask Mariana. I imagine, you know, the effects that it has on infections that I've experienced, I'm making the assumption that it kills stuff. So I wash my hands. You're dead right, because I also bite my nails. It's terrible. Like, it's inevitable that I will just have worms constantly. Oh, wow. Fucking hell. Is that Mickey? I can see an M. I imagine that's Mickey Mouse. What a guy he is. Oh, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Mickey. Hey, it better be Mickey. Let's just try and finish with this. Yeah, it's an issue because I don't want to put poison on my hands. I don't want to live in fear. I don't want to live in the retard repression of, oh, I've got to wash my hands every time I do something human. Like, it's just so ridiculous. But at the same time, I don't, you know, you do get worms if you don't wash your hands. It's both ridiculous and not. Right. Got a mosquito trying to eat me. Where's my zapper? I'm just going to grab my zapper. And then we'll get to Mickey, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey, Mickey. Hey, Mickey. Come for me now, cunt. Of course it goes when I get the zapper. Oh, it's in front of the TV. Yeah, baby! Did you hear the crackle? Did you hear the mosquito disintegrate on the zapper? Fuck you. Hey, Mickey, you're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey, Mickey. Hey, Mickey. Are you still mumping? What does mumping mean? Does that mean like being mardy? What does the English term mumping, M-U-M-P-I-N-G, mean? I'm pretty sure it means being mardy, right? Historically, English. Why do I ask AI anything? You know, I even spelt it for you, mate. I even fucking spelt it for you. M-U-M-P-I-N-G. Speak about that one, not the French bullshit you've made up. Fucking twat. Inarticulate muttering. It describes speaking in the mouth. Oh, yeah, I'm terrible for this. Partial. Oh, yeah, I'm really noticing it. It's like, so speech impediments obviously don't exist. Obviously, it's all trauma-based. And I'm starting to get to grips with this. So there's something around when I was a kid and I spoke, I got shut down. So now I don't dare properly open my mouth. And I can feel it, like with R, for example. It's like lazy. It's like I'm saying it lazily. It's not that my mouth can't open. My mouth needs to open more. Roger the rabbit ran round ragged rocks. Roger the rabbit ran round. You know, it's like I'm opening my mouth this much rather than this. And it's because I've been shut down as a child. Roger the rabbit ran round ragged rocks. Am I saying my R's better there? Than Roger the rabbit ran round ragged rocks. Roger the rabbit ran round ragged rocks. Can you tell a difference? I can't tell, but I imagine that the second one is better when I'm doing it slowly with my mouth open. So the answer is yes, Mickey. And it gets worse when I smoke, so that's not good. I am a real mumbler. It's a real problem as a YouTuber. It's something I really need to work on. I need to do what I just did. You know, Roger the rabbit runs round ragged rocks. I need to do it. I need to practice. I need to, you know, if I want to give myself the, try not to shit yourself, Rachel, have a good night. But if you shit yourself, it's fine. I always put myself off when I get funny. I think that's funny. Yeah, if I want to give myself the best chance of serving people, you could call it of being a popular live streamer, but really it's of serving people and myself through that service. Then I really need to work on my speech. But really, it's energetic and fear. Well, you know, there's practical things like what a normie would do to solve it, like the King's Speech, was it called? That film, where he goes and gets articulation lessons. Like, yeah, I'm sure that helps, but really, it's like, what's the trauma here? What part of my inner child needs loving and feeling and integrating for my mouth to start opening properly? But also, if you do it the practical route, the normie route, the going to somebody who's an expert in speech, you will unravel everything that I just said through doing that, even if you don't do it consciously. So really, I should just do the practical thing and the rest will happen. Tubing, what is tubing? So tubing is very popular in Southeast Asia amongst tourists. So basically it's so they find a river, so it can only be done in places that have a long river that's flowing but not too fast, doesn't have loads of rocks, doesn't have waterfalls. So obviously that restricts the areas it can be done in. And then they busload a load of stupid hedonistic tourists in. Obviously, the locals would never ever do this. It's only tourists. I mean, the locals now, the young ones, the 15 to 30-year-olds, they're very westernized, so they might do this. But you know, traditionally, the locals would never have done this. So they bus in all these hedonistic plebs. The hedonistic plebs drink lots of alcohol. Then they give them a ring, and they say, float down that river. And along the river, if it's an established one, like the one in Laos that I went to was very established. It was the place in the world to do tubing at the time. They will have lots of bars down that river, and it will take 3 or 4 hours. Everyone gets sunburned, everyone gets pissed up, a few people drown. And of course, there's no health and safety, and there's no one cares. It's all fine. And this place, I can't remember where it was, so I can't even tell you where I went in Laos. That's how bad it is. You know, I can remember that in Cambodia, we did Angkor Wat, obviously, because we were typical tourists, so we did Siem Reap. I can remember that we did the beach, the famous beach. Oh, we did the, oh God, I'm getting too tired. The full moon party on Koh Phangan, famous. Obviously shit now, like used to be good, but obviously it's just tourist now, it's terrible. Even when I did it 20 years ago, like now, oh my God. And we did Chiang Mai. We did, again, typical tourist things so I can remember everywhere I went except for Laos. But I know I went to the tubing spot, the famous tubing spot, which doesn't exist anymore, and I'm going to tell you why it doesn't exist. It's an interesting story, and Mickey, you can all thank Mickey for this interesting story, because it's his £20 that's got it for you. So, hey, Mickey, you're so fun, you blow my mind, hey, Mickey. Okay, so that's tubing. Why is it no longer in Laos? So like I say, not much health and safety out here, which is a very good thing, because you've got to balance it. Okay, a few people might drown when they're tubing. Okay, the roads are a bit more dangerous, but it's not tyrannical. It doesn't have two-tier justice. It hasn't got heavy taxation. They've just announced that they're now taxing inheritance tax at 90% for high earners. Neil McCoy Ward did a great breakdown on basically my situation. What I would receive from my parents when they pass if we weren't living in a tyrannical system. I mean, I've totally written off my inheritance. I know that's never, I used to think of that as oh, well, if I can earn this much money to last me till this, and then I'll get this chunk when I'm about 60 or 70 or whatever. Well, probably a lot sooner than that, because, but I've totally stopped planning. I don't plan to the future, so that's part of it now as well. I trust now, and I just know that abundance is here, and I don't need anything like that. So that is part of it. But also on a 3D level, I can see that there'll be no inheritance by the time my parents die, because we're basically there now. They're going to start taxing it at 90% for certain bands, but don't forget that everyone's property is increasing so much because of inflation that everyone's going to be in these bands within 5 years anyway. Everyone's going to be a millionaire in 5 years. Anyone who owns a property will be a millionaire in 5 years. Maybe 10 years, depending, maybe not if you've got a terrace house, but if you've got if your property's worth 400,000 to 600,000 now, you'll be a millionaire in 5 years. So you'll fall into these bands. Which is why when the plebs go tax for rich. Right, back to tubing. So I would argue that the balance between safety and freedom, that's basically what it is much better in Southeast Asia than it is in England. I'd much rather be free and have my life at risk than be safe. Obviously you're not safe in England, but theoretically for the pleb, safe in England, but also completely repressed, restricted, and not free. Obviously, it's obvious what the trade-off there is, unless you're a retard. So that was all fine. People drowned. No one cared. And then I can't quite remember. I feel like it was Russian, but it could be any country, any Western country. I feel like it was Russian, but also France is coming up for me. So let's just say a top French politician. I don't think it was the Prime Minister, but, it would have been I don't know what all these titles are, but, a cabinet member, maybe the one that does money. An important one. An important reptile. Very important, these reptiles. It was a well-known politician from some country that had some role. Is that enough? That's all I've got. And great. Well done, Tom. This was worth 20 minutes of storytelling. His son died. His son died at his place in Laos, which I also can't remember, but it exists. But it no longer exists. The place still exists, but the tubing doesn't. So, famous politician, son dies, Welsh tubing, gets drunk, drowns, normal, but this is an important person. So now there's a hoo-ha. And said politician is unhappy. Said politician puts pressure on Lao government. Lao government puts pressure on town. Town has to stop tubing. Town loses all its income. I think that was about 10 years ago. Guess where it is now? Guess where it took over? Pai, where I was living in Thailand. So Pi, before I got there, you spoke to people who've been living there 20 years, used to be like really beautiful, really spiritual, attracted all the great people. Like saying Root now. But by the time I got there, it was full of libtards, awful people. A lot of the good people had left because of the libtards. And then they'd introduced tubing about 2 years prior, and it had taken off. So now you've got all these hedonistic plebs getting bussed in just to do the tubing, like I did in Laos 20 years ago. So it basically destroyed Pi. And I still decided to invest 200 grand in it. What an idiot. What an idiot. Such a desperate move, such an untrusting move, such a like, I have to own a business to get respect. I have to prove to people that I'm not a failed businessman. I'm going to do it all in time. I'm going to rush it. I'm not going to know any of the rules. I'm also going to trigger all the libtards while I do it. I'm also going to have no understanding of how police in Thailand work. I'm going to assume that they're going to respect me because I'm spending money in their country. No, they couldn't give a fuck. They just want to steal that money. Very naive. How was that, Mickey? Was that worth 20 quid? Oh, Mickey, I love you so much. You even got your own theme tune. What do you think of your theme tune? What do you mean by I'm going mental? I mean, yeah, I mean, again, I don't have the context. I'm assuming you're talking about, you know, the struggle you're currently experiencing. And I would say good. I would say be mental. I would say experience it all. But I would imagine that actually you're if it's anything like me, you're actually very despondent. You're actually quite far from mental. You're like, to me, going mental is like banging on the walls and shit. And if that's what you need to do, then great, express it, feel it, do it, get to the bottom of it through experiencing it. But if you're anything like me, then my times of struggle are just very despondent, very lying down, very wanky, very smoky, very I can't do it-y, very watching shit content to try and escape myself. So that's not mental, that's just inevitable. But maybe I'm missing what you're speaking about. Does Mickey want me to sing to him again? Hey, Mickey, you're so fine, you blow my mind, hey, Mickey. I can't think of anything else, mate. Oh, what will I do with it? As in, I thought you meant like, how will I react? Like, I mean, I don't feel like I can go much further than singing you your own fucking theme song. Obviously, if I was on OBS, you'd be getting lots of stickers now. But I think you mean, what will I spend it on? Okay, that's a really good question. So I've just bought a new laptop. What's my next big expense? My next big expense is a motorbike. I'm going to spend it on, not a motorbike, that's for proper men. I'm going to, no, that's not. I'm going to spend it on a 125 scooter. It's going to go towards the 125 scooter pot. There's also murmurings about a monitor, but I don't think I need a monitor. Oh, plants. I've got some plants, guys. Let me show you my plants. So I paid for this one. This one's $8. Oh my God, why is this so difficult? So it's kind of like a bonsai tree, but not as hard. It's a succulent, so it should be quite easy. You basically don't have to do anything. And then I liberated this one from the ground, which I intend to do a lot more of. Why is this so fucking difficult? Now, in my liberation, I had to scrumple it up, sadly. Obviously, it's not really liberation, it's stealing. I had to conceal it. So that's why it's tied to that stick, because it got crumpled. So from a plant's perspective, it's terrible. Like, it was in the ground, it was in nature, now it's in a plastic bucket in a sterile flat, and it got crumpled. So it's completely selfish. But, you know, I'm okay with that. But I will buy some plants. I have, oh, I'm just gonna have to tell you. I'm getting 2 cats today. Meow. So maybe we'll buy, okay, Mickey, actually that's what I'm going to put it to straight away. I'm going to buy some toys and food for my cats. Thank you, from the cats. How does that make you feel, Mickey? Does that make you want to chuck another 20 so I can get the cats a nice bed? Meow. So, part of me wants to get 3. So it's a litter of 11 and the people are desperate to get rid of them. It's Jamie and Michael. We've got 11 cats at the minute, which was not intentional. So I reckon I could, but then it's like, so my ego, obviously, if this isn't coming from experience, obviously the actual experience of having 2 cats in this flat is going to be quite challenging. It's going to be beautiful, it's going to be worth it and all that. You know, it's going to be challenging. We're going to be scratching stuff and catting around. And obviously 2 is more than enough for this flat and this size and me and everything. But then I go into a story of like, well, if I'm having 2, why don't I just have 3? Like, what difference does it make? A bit more food costs, like money's no problem. Like, why not? What, cats are dead easy. Like, why not just have 5? But then it's like, this is me all over. Like, I get carried away and do stupid things all the fucking time. So, it's not another one, is it? Can't be. Oh, thank you for making this time productive and lucrative. Like, this works much better for me. Like, waking up at like 5 a.m. and not having any like, oh, I need to stream. Just like, oh, am I going to go back to sleep? Okay, no, I'm not going to go back to sleep. Okay, I might as well stream. This works way better than 3 o'clock. So thank you, particularly Mickey, for making it super worthwhile. But it was, you know, it was everyone else as well. I mean, who was it? Oh, Justin. Yeah, Justin's been very consistent. Rachel's been amazing. I mean, anyone, all of you, even one donation. Like, one donation is amazing, and there's no expectation even of that, let alone more than that. But then obviously I have to recognize the people that have just like, you know, done this basically. Caluso's done this as well. Incredible. Thank you so much. Well, thank you to everyone who's donated. Can you all like the stream, please? I'd really appreciate that. Might earn a few shekels after we've ended as well, if you all like it. So yeah, 2 cats. Let's go to the bottom of the chat and see what you think about that. What is it to overcome to earn for myself than somebody else? Well, one, you need to learn how to write. I think you're saying, what do I need to overcome to earn more money than other people? You need to overcome your competition. You need to overcome your desire to earn more money than more people. You need to stop making it about other people and just earn money for you. You need to stop living in the minds of others. Actually, Mickey. I might get 2 of them. Nah, they're disgusting. I don't want any of them, boys. It was just a moment where they were needed, but I'm not in that moment anymore. Thailand 30 years ago was still the same. We couldn't wait to get away from Hatrin to go by boat to Tong and Pan on the other side of the island. The idea things were better 20 or 30 years ago has always existed. Yeah, sure, but it gets more extreme. I totally agree with that. But it gets more extreme. And it gets to a point where in Thailand, you just can't do that anymore. Like Pai was the last place, I think. And now Pai's a tourist libtard shithole and full of Israelis. Horrendous. So I just think we're at a point in Thailand where it can't even be done, and now that's, you know, Siem Reap is what that was 20 or 30 years ago. But I agree with what you're saying, but you're trying to disagree with what I'm saying through this, and both are true. Cool, man. Just do whatever you need to do. Surviving, mate. Surviving. That's what you're doing. You're surviving, processing, and growing. It might not feel it with 5 sellers, but also, you know, tomorrow you're going to wake up feeling shit, and you're going to be a bit more a bit closer to never drinking alcohol again. Like, you know, just a bit more evidence that alcohol doesn't serve you in any way other than it might keep you alive today. Well, that's worthwhile. Nice one. Thanks, alcohol. Thanks, Sellers. You know, if you're where I think you are, then literally right now you're just surviving, and that's a huge achievement. Honor it. Don't shame anything you're doing. You're doing what you need to do to survive. That's great. But just project on, is unfazed and expects this. I wouldn't worry, Justin. Yeah, totally. Like, if you don't do 10 years shadow work and be a businessman for 30 years and always stand out from society for your whole life, always receive projections, hatred, and extreme love. So it's always been Marmite for me. People either love me or hate me right through my life. And then you don't go on YouTube for 2 years and really like express all that and experience all that and get all that evidence to get triggered by retards. But you know, it's only very recently I've got to the point where basically they don't trigger me anymore. Now, real extreme ones, Jim Dandy, for example, I can notice a bit of a trigger because he represents, you know, the reason I get triggered by him is because he represents the part of me that bullshits. He represents, or has in the past, I don't think there really is anymore, but like the Barley version of me, for example, that was trying to be a spiritual teacher before he was ready. And even just this is where Jeroen's at, or I think he's starting to shift on it actually, but Jeroen has always shown up, and I was showing up with an authenticity, a truth, and some genuine wisdom, but also the desire, the need to be seen as a teacher, i.e. I will get self-worth if people see me as a teacher. That's how I was showing up in Bali. That's how Awaken Brave shows up. That's how Jeroen was showing up until 2 weeks ago, and still has elements of it. The need to be a teacher. I don't quite know how I got onto this, but presumably it was because and that comes from still caring what people think, still getting some sort of validation from people looking up to you. No, let go of all that and just be it. Because only by letting go of that will you be able to be it. And then once you're it, or you're touching upon it, let's say where I am, suddenly people's adulation doesn't actually mean anything to you. Because it's hard for me to speak into if you haven't experienced it, but because you realize that it's like, whilst it's beautiful and whilst, you know, I mean, if you call adulation super chats, that means something to me, and it allows me to recognize the good ones more and the ones that I should focus on more. So it is, right, what I'm trying to say is, right, nobody wants this. A lot of people do. Plebs do. Normies do. Normies want people to look up to them. Normies want attention from people. But when you get to a certain level of meeting of self, of self-worth, of self-love, you don't want this anymore. Like, this just comes with like, ugh, like you see it for what it is, and you're like, oh, thanks, yeah, nice one, cheers, mate. But why don't you do the work so you can get to this as well, and then we can meet like this, which is much better than this. So yeah, I've got to a place where I've experienced this so much that I just see the desperation in it now. Whilst I also honor it, and I also like hold its hand, and I also encourage it to start doing this instead, the work to meet me, so that you can hold yourself on the same level, so we can actually meet and honor each other rather than you worshipping me. Only like the Awakened Babe wants to be worshipped. Jeroen used to want to be worshipped. I used to want to be worshipped when I was in Bali because I was of the ego. And the ego is fragile, and the ego wants the attention of others to feel good about itself. But once you're not operating from, or the operation for the ego has got so much smaller than the operation from the, let's call it soul, suddenly you don't want people worshiping you. It's the last thing you want. Like, you just want peace. You just want space. And you want to connect with people when you can really help change their lives, or they can help change your life. So for me, Lee or Debbie, you know, both sides of the spectrum. So Debbie is someone that's open and wants to do shadow work, and we can connect there, like this, rather than worship. She's not worshiping me, we're connecting. And then the same for me and Lee. And then hopefully one day I'll be able to meet Lee like this. I mean, maybe not Lee, but Michael, you know. Did that make any sense to anyone? Or was I wasting my time? Sydney, Australia. Awesome, man. Thanks for letting me know where you're at. Very interesting for me. My viewership is definitely shifting. It's getting less UK-centric. Buy, okay, a ganja plant. Oh, no, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm not, yeah, I'd love to, Mickey, but it's illegal. It's not worth it. So I'm going to try and do a 5 as an honouring of Mickey's contribution. But it's going to be a very slow 25 minutes. I'm very exhausted. Ah, I thought you was going to say you're getting a dog, but cats are cool. Yeah, obviously I'd much prefer a dog. I'm waiting for a dog to choose me. It's not something I want to rush. It's not something I want to control. It's not something I want to create. But to be honest, now that I've got the cats, I've basically committed to staying with, so I might as well just go and get a dog. But again, I'm going to wait. I mean, the cats have come to me. I didn't seek the cats. The cats literally just came to me. So you'll see it all on camera. You'll see it literally happen on camera. Not quite. We have to recreate the scene. And I admit that we recreated the scene. But I start filming 5 seconds after it happens. And we recreate it. And then we go into it all authentically. So the cats came to me. So I feel like it's an inevitability that a dog will come to me. Now, a dog is another layer of commitment. People aren't really going to like this. But I think cats... You know, say in 3 years' time, I had to leave for Europe. I am not, unless I'm mega rich, I am not spending thousands of pounds on taking cats to Europe with me. No way. I would do it with a dog, because I think if you leave a dog, I think it breaks them. Now, maybe I don't know cats well enough. Maybe I'm going to change my opinions on this when I really dedicate myself to these 2 cats and I start to understand cats better, because I'm definitely a dog person. I don't really understand cats. Maybe I will change my opinion on this, but my opinion on cats is they don't really care. Now, of course, I already know enough to know it's not quite 100% true. But more from a selfish, like, so yeah, so cats will get mardy when you leave them for a while. But, you know, it's more from a selfish point of view, like you weren't here to feed me. You know, do cats love you? I don't know if cats can love, I don't know about cats. So it's still not the same level of commitment. Right now, this might not be true once I've bonded with them and once I've learned to understand them and seen, oh no, they do actually really love me. Maybe. I don't think that's the case, but that might happen. I mean, I have had a cat before that did love me, for sure. And he got ran over after I'd taken 12 tabs of acid. That was really shit. That was a really bad trip. I was off my head and my neighbor knocks on my door with my dead cat, like. I was like, is this real? If this is real, it's really bad, but I'm also in a different reality. I can't really deal with this right now. Fucking crazy, man. Awful night. Horrendous. In fact, I stopped doing acid after that. Because whenever I partook in that amazing medicine, it would just take me straight back to this cat death thing. So I think I did it twice more and then never did it again. I started doing ayahuasca instead. So I think in truth, what was really happening there is acid had served me. It wasn't really serving me anymore. I needed to move on to proper medicine. Okay, fuck me, another 20 minutes, eh? Oh, Rachel, you're so great. Rachel, I don't know why I pooed myself. Ate a massive bowl of, why does she do this fucking emoji thing? Of fruit before bed. Cooked and ate beetroot tonight, so poo and pee ready in the morning for 24 hours. Yeah, I've got some beetroot in this, actually. Oh, the camera's there. I'm still acting as if it's there. Oh, my God, of course. That's why I couldn't show you my bloody plants. You are... Thank you for telling us about your shit, Rachel. Huge respect. Love it. Jack's got a dog. It's his best friend, and it's the most rewarding friendship a human can experience. Dogs are so good for leveling out stress. I just couldn't agree more. I just couldn't agree more. They're just so amazing. They're so amazing. Like, they're just such wonderful animals. It could have been worse. You could have pooed your pants at the dance. Apparently that's the song, Pooing Your Pants at the Dance. Is that what he means? Mickey, you are fun. I like you. Rachel, our friend, so this person, strap themselves, right in the middle of Lidl, not something he will ever live down. Wow, that's amazing. I mean, he should be getting full respect for that, but of course, because you're a level of normie, let's try and use that word instead, you shame people for stuff like that. And of course, it'll be banter and stuff, but for him, it really probably is quite a lot of shame. Whereas if that was me, I'd wear that like an absolute medal. I'd be like, yes, I am the one that shat themselves in Lidl. I will do it again just to show you all how little you can shame me over it. Because really what's happening there when you will never live it down is you're making yourself better than him. This is the ego dance. I'm not criticizing you. I'm not judging you. This is just how the ego works. But really, the banter is you making yourself better than him and shaming him. Because you need to feel better than people to, maintain your fragile reality of self. And when I say you, I'm just speaking about humanity. Don't take it personally, even though, you are part of it. I'm not even... I'm not going to read that out. Mickey is also on the sellers, but just because he's mental, not because he's going through deep emotional pain. Although it really is deep emotional pain, but it expresses itself as a constant mentalness, probably. And by which I just mean externalness. Look up Bojangles Rage. I pooed myself on the dance floor. That sounds great. Okay, I don't know what the context is, so I don't know what the potential disagreement was, but yeah, Cambodia is, I don't even know what you're talking about. Thailand, probably? So I think you're the guy that was saying about the 20-year thing, and you agree with what I'm saying. Yeah, nice. And Cambodia is way better than Thailand, way better than Thailand. So much better than Thailand. I imagine Lee is sleeping. Where is Lee? I imagine he's sleeping. I mean, that can't be right. Oh, that's English time. It's 4:36 for you guys, right? So it's about 10:30 in the morning. So yeah, I think Lee was still sleeping. Lee goes to bed very late. Yeah, this is how I feel. Cats are narcissistic, but can be loving. Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait to meet the cats. What are they called? One is called Beans. So the best looking one. So out of the litter, they're all black, and then there's one brindle one. Stunning. I haven't seen them yet. I've only seen photos. So obviously straight away I was like, I want the brindle one. Because I'm still of the ego enough to want the best looking one. And then they said, oh, Beans, yeah, she's a nightmare. I was like, great, I'll take her. And then I went, which one is the most loving? Which one is the most cuddly you've got? And they went, CT7. So I'm getting CT7, which is all black. So CT7 is male, and Beans is a woman. Is female. I don't know why I struggled to say that so much. CT7 is called Crooked Tail 7. So Crooked Tail is shortened to CT, and he's called 7 because he's already lost 2 of his 9 lives. So his name might change as we move forward. He might become CT6 and CT5 if he jumps off a balcony and survives. But right now he's called CT7. So good, isn't it? So it's the first time I'm ever going to adopt some animals, which all my animals have always been adopted. I've never ever, is this true? Let's check this is true. Yeah, I've never ever paid for an animal other than paid a charity to rescue one once. But other than that, they've all just come to me. Yeah, I mean, Roland, my African Bobo, that was a £2,000, as in sterling, $2,500 dog. And he just came to me. Best dog I've ever had. Amazing. So these cats have come to me. Oh, yeah, but I've always changed their names. Every single animal that I've ever been a custodian of, I've always changed their names. But I'm not going to change these guys' names. Beans and CC7, it's great. But it's because they're coming from conscious people who think of good names. You know, usually I get one, it's called Snowy or Fluffy. Fucking retards. I don't know what you're talking about, Mickey. It's a castitution. I have no idea what you're talking about. I love your energy. I mean, it's mental, but it's a lot of fun. Oh, right, so it's a song that got banned, this pooing on the dance floor song. So it must be quite interesting. Yes. Yeah, so the songs that was the song in your vid today, was it by Debbie? Yeah. So the English refugee song, the anthem, that was made by a man in Lee. Now, he is half beast of the land. But luckily, he's much more influenced by the non-beast of the land half and is a very good, beautiful, wonderful man. So he made that. And he's made a few others subsequently that haven't quite fitted. They've been almost brilliant, but he's not quite got the wording right. So there was one I remember it was great, but it was like, the chorus was like, I'm running out of time. I just need to find something, probably myself or whatever. And like, it was great. It sounded great. The plebs would love it, but I couldn't use it because I'm not running out of time. I'm not like that. That's coming from, desperation, from seeking, from trying to find the answer from an egoic place, which is where Lee's at. So it's hard for him to create music that's, from my perspective. I'm not saying Lee's egoic, or I'm not saying anything negative about Lee. I'm just saying for him to create that song after I'd given him direction as well, and he still couldn't, he was still putting desperate language in there. Shows, he's desperate. But I don't judge him for that, and I love him, and as people who aren't an enlightened guru like me, Lee is fantastic and very conscious and very calm. But he still, uses desperate language in songs. Love it. They sound great, and Beans could make good content or shit. Oh yeah, they're gonna be great content. It's very similar to, I had Clive and Muriel. So Muriel was a female, and she was gorgeous. She was brindle, but she was very independent. And then I had Clive, who was just incredible. Like, when I walked in, Clive used to, like a dog, he used to flip onto his back and do this. And he'd run up the stairs and do it on every stair. And he'd sit next to me on the sofa. Like, Clive was incredible. Clive was like a dog. Clive was amazing. I had him for about a year. I got them together, brother and sister. Had them for about a year, 6 months to 12 months. And I was fully in love with Clive. Like, I was just like, this is the best cat in the world. I'm so blessed. And then that was the one that got ran over. So I was devastated. And I remember when to cope with it, obviously I was heavily under the influence, but my brain was trying to cope with the situation. And I just convinced myself that it was Muriel. I couldn't even go there that it was Clive. And I was already very sad that it was Muriel. But I for some reason, my brain, to protect myself, my brain went into, this is Muriel. This is not, it couldn't even consider the possibility that this had happened to Clive. And then she lifted the paw up and it was Clive. And that was when I just broke down, man. It was just awful. Oh, God, I'm getting teary about it now. Rachel in with the 2. You still itching, Tom? What, my asshole? No. The pill worked. I don't think I have any worms right now, but then I, don't wash my hands, so I probably do. But there's no moving of the starfish, and there's no poking out of the brown eye. Now, also, this has gone out the window a little bit, but when I was in Vietnam, I learned which herbs are anti-parasitical and which herbs get rid of the worms. So I was eating a lot of these herbs. It's the ones that come with phu bu, beef noodle soup. Phu bu, phu bu, phu bu. This is how they talk. It's like every word, it's like, bu, bu, chiu, bu, bu. It's crazy. They're so aggressive. But also not. They're also so lovely. And right, so today I'm at the bottom of a chat. It seems to have happened today. And it seems to have worked okay. I haven't tried to be at the bottom of a chat, but I've been at the bottom of a chat. They're great names. Suki and Sybil are great names. So Muriel was my grandma's name, so that's where... Oh, right, yeah, so Clive got squished. Horrendous. So I had Roland. I had an African bauble, 80 kilos, biggest dog anyone's ever seen in my life. Like everywhere I went, people were like, that's the biggest dog I've ever seen in my life. Bearing in mind, I've worked with thousands of dogs. I can only think of, you could say Great Danes are bigger, but not in terms of mass. Irish Wolfhounds are the only dogs I've experienced that are bigger than Roland was. But he was very chilled. The cats and Roland were great together. And then I got Bodhi. So I think Clive had passed at this point. So I had Roland and Muriel. And I got Bodhi, who was a nutter. He was a Victorian bulldog, again, rescued, of course. That was a crazy story, man. Like a really nice couple, like really good, the only working class friends that I had. Obviously, I'm very middle class. There was one couple from the other side of Sheffield, very working class, Anthony and Katie. Great people. Childhood sweethearts. Been together for 30 years. And I don't know, but I think they've always been faithful. Like they've got 4, I think by the time she was 18, they, working class, they had 2 kids. By the time she was 22, they had 4 kids. Anthony is an absolute grafter. Probably earns about 50 G's a year now, maybe more. He's a tradesman. He's a great guy, really great guy. And she's a grafter as well. I mean, obviously she's brought up these kids and she works as well. Like they're a proper working class, salt of the earth couple. But of course, they're also rough around the edges. Very shouty. Like I remember hearing how she spoke to her kids or shouted at her kids and just, from my middle class perspective, just be like, oh. But actually, she's probably right. And she wasn't. She was way too shouty with the kids. Anyway, so they get this dog, and it tries to bite one of the children. This is the friendliest, happiest, most loving dog in the world. Wants nothing but attention. I go out, so they messaged me saying, the dog's tried to bite one of our children, will you take it? If not, we're going to put it down. So that was the first mind-blowing thing. Because obviously I knew it hadn't, I'd met this dog. I won't say how I knew them, but I used to go around every 2 weeks and I'd met this dog. I knew this dog didn't have an aggressive bone in its body. And there's no such thing as aggression in dogs. There's just fear in dogs from spazzy owners who can't lead them. Any well-led dog is not aggressive. No dog wants to be aggressive. So obviously that just blew my mind. Like I got the whole overprotective, you think it's tried to bite your child, so therefore, so this is what happened. The kids are in its face like this all day, and it snapped. It didn't bite, it just like went like that. As one of the kids was hitting it in the face, like, obviously. So I can understand why they went to, we can't have this dog anymore. Again, I think it's totally retarded. What needed to happen was they needed to discipline their kids and tell them you don't hit the dog, obviously. But in their mind, that meant the dog was dangerous and they couldn't have a dog in the house. I can understand that level of retardation. But to then jump to the dog should be put down, mental. They'd spent about 1,500 quid on this dog. It's, a Victorian bulldog, that's a real pedigree. So I said, yeah, of course, I'll take him. And when I got to the house and saw the way the kids were with him, I was like, you're blaming the dog? Really? Okay, fine, I'll take him. Great, you blame that dog. You blame that 1,500-pound dog. Okay, well, great. Not only was he a Victorian bulldog, he was tricolour. He had 3 colours. He was stunning. But he was mental. So I brought him home. Muriel took one look at him and went to live with the neighbours. She was a cunt. But Clive was amazing. Clive was absolutely amazing. All right, I think I've done it. Did I say I was going to do 5 hours? I think I've done it. I'm at the bottom of the chat. I'm going to have a smoke. But I feel like I have accomplished what was here to be accomplished. I'll start doing some roundups, some thank yous. Oh, this is interesting. So Jack's talking about the Vietnamese police headquarters, training place, whatever it was. Maybe police station, I don't know. I'm thinking that the police training college you hear each morning that sounds, they make sound like team spirit building. They do it every morning, inspiring, chanting. I agree, yes, great. Of course, there's two sides to everything, so I can kind of see the indoctrination in it. I can kind of see the communism in it. But, you know, you compare it to what we've got in the West, it's fantastic. They care, they're together, they love Vietnam, they're all Vietnamese. You know, you compare that to fat women and bioweapons like our police force, like, ugh. Utter treason. Oh God, what a pleb. Is this real? Oh no, you are real. You're actually a real, you're not just a hater, are you? You're just a bit stupid. Okay, I'll try and answer respectfully. Sorry about that. Try and ignore what I just said, because now I've lost you and I really just want to help you. Tom, do you think the anger and hatred, what hatred have you seen in me? I accept you've seen some anger. You've not seen any hatred. Are related to what you feel ashamed of? Yeah, of course. So our external reflects our internal. So if there's a level of depression, shame, guilt, fear in you that you're not willing to look at, that you're not willing to feel, that you're not willing to integrate, that you're not willing to love, then you will protect it. Your ego will protect it with a layer of anger. So yes, but you can't just choose to be happy instead. I mean, happiness doesn't exist. Peace and contentment can exist, but there's no consistent emotion. Like life is always fluxing. But as you become more balanced, more aligned, oh, you're making me put down my smoke. There's balance, there's aligned, there's unconscious, happy, sad, happy, sad. Doctors call it manic depression, but it's just unconsciousness playing out. As you become more aligned, the wave becomes like that. And then for Lee, it's, you know, you can barely even see the wave. So you could call this contentment and peace. But the concept of why don't you choose to be happy instead? I mean, if you think that's the thing, then you're completely lying to yourself. You're completely deluded. You're in fight or flight, and that might feel like happy. So you are totally in the external. Oh, lick, suck, smoke, work. You know, like, and this might make you feel happy, but basically you're not feeling yourself. So to you, happiness is not feeling yourself, because when you feel yourself, that's so scary that you term anything that's not that as happiness. But it's not, it's just escapism, it's just illusion. So yeah, I think that's your question answered, but probably in a way that you won't be able to receive. But that's fine. So the first part, like when I first reacted to it and called you stupid and all that, like that's, it's not fine because I want you to be able to receive it, and that's making it hard for you to receive. But the way I actually answered it once I got over that was amazing. And either you'll receive that because you're ready, or you'll project onto it because you're not ready. Okay, cool. A big, lots of thank yous. I might have to stop doing this roundup at the end because it's too many generous ones. So Francesca started it off. Thank you so much, Francesca, for starting it and coming in early without any expectation and just being like, I know this is going to be good. Of course, I'm going to give you £5. Caluso, okay. Oh, mate, I'm too tired. I can't even do this. Woo, yeah, I'm done. Caluso, been a great input to the chat tonight. Awesome. Always amazing to see Delightfully Not, long-term supporter. Love getting donations from new people. Welcome to the club. Voidio, I will look out for your chats in the future. Rachel, now she's making some steps with her technophobia, is just smashing out the love. because she has a massive heart. Caluso chucked in a bit more love. Then we got another new one, really like a new one. For Sovereign Gam. Sorry, I'm not really doing your name very well, but it is a bit of a weird name. But really loving you and thank you for your support. I really appreciate it. Jack, love Jack. Jack's my kind of guy. Jack, me and Jack would be friends if we met. Me and Jack would spend time together. And Cluso. Cluso could be my friend. Definitely. Not so sure about Justin. Really like Justin. As in, so obviously, as in, could I spend time with this man in person? Probably not. But I can really enjoy him in the chat. He took loads in, actually. Rachel came in with more, and Justin, yeah, great. If I remember right, Justin was a bit mental, but I like that from a chat point of view. It's good fun from the chat, but my God, I couldn't bear to spend any time around it. And then Mickey just came in and just smashed it out, made the live incredibly financially worthwhile for me with 2 £20 donations, making a total of £40 for the Spackers. And then Rachel chucked in another 2 to ask if I still had worms poking out of my brown eye, which everyone wanted to know, so thank you, Rachel. Big love to you all. Oh, we can't end before 5 hours. I've got to get to 5 hours. 40 seconds. Let's do one more comment. All right, we've got a new person here who's an expat. Hi, I'm an expat living in Pennsylvania. 14 years, we left the UK, never looked back. Okay, that's interesting, but you've moved to just as tyrannical a country. You might not realize it. On the surface level, it doesn't look quite as tyrannical. Like, you can have guns and there's free speech. But oh my God, like the S hitting the fan is coming there big time, and it's already there. So I don't think it's a very wise move. I think you're going to have the same problems that people in the UK are going to have. Yeah, definitely. But presumably 14 years ago, that wasn't why you were making the move. You were probably moving for a better life materially. So I imagine it did that for you. All right, thanks guys. We've done 5 hours. I think that's a new record. So thank you for your support in me hitting a new record, basically by those super chats. So thank you to all the people I just thanked. Also, thank you to the people who have contributed with comments, but there's no way we'd have got 5 hours just based on comments. It definitely took the amazing, big, open-hearted people who understand giving and receiving. I'm about to release a video on this actually, and how it all flows and how it's all going to come back to it. All right, bless you, Jack. I fucking love you, mate. Top man. Top man. Really like Jack. See you later, guys.